A warm hello to the viewers from the stream. We will start a little bit later. The show will start at 5:30. Wir fangen etwas später an. Der Stream läuft und die Show fängt um 16:30 Uhr an. Holt euch schon einen Kaffee. Bis gleich.
But I will. Oh, okay. Check, check. But you will tell when the stream will start, no?
Okay. Please sit down.
Our play will start.
Okay, ready, go.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a big pleasure meeting you all here. I just arrived from Prague and I spent some time preparing many things for Berlin. And there's some sort of bigger, I think, geographical connectivity because there are many people from different continents, countries, backgrounds, cultures here. And for us, it's quite important to connect people in times of disconnect. My name is Mikola. I'm that guy. We have a collective of people who cares about privacy. And we love to give voice to different privacy friends, actors, advocates, and activists who could help us to understand how we can navigate this challenging environment. I will give a short intro talk, then Afri will continue, and then I will introduce everyone else, and I think we'll have a great time here. So one thing that we are streaming and recording. Second, there are certain rules of the house. First of all, thanks Ligi for hosting us in the C-Base. And in case you don't know what's this place, it's one of the first hacktivist spaces in the history, I guess. And it's interesting to connect the previous generations of hacktivists with the fresh blood and then see a certain transition of knowledge. We have this space, we have terrace, and then a third room. I didn't have time to assemble an anti-surveillance board game that we made. It's a fork of Monopoly when you need to connect with each other to build your sovereign stack, but we will play it today. I will go quickly about what we do, what's important, and why it's not about just me standing here, but many people in this room and further. Hi, Lifters. I want to say that for me it started mid-summer 2022 when a friend of mine said he joined Status Team and they had the vacancy head of activism. I'm like, Web3 company, crypto company, and the vacancy head of activism, what it even means. And then I discovered that they're building logos, they're building a network, let's say architecture for a network state. And I was really impressed that it looked like a proper activism. Then I discovered that people in crypto could really connect within an important causes, especially when they think that they're threatened by governments, by legislation. There are some people who are not from crypto here, for example, or from Web3, or from privacy. I will just do some sort of explainer. So years ago, developers who were doing one of the privacy tooling were arrested and recently charged with criminal charges, which many people at the industry thinks that it's outrageous. And then I saw many young people, maybe who never protested in their lives, got together and spoke, went outside the streets, went out from their computers. And at the same time, I tried to navigate what's happening around. And then the hackathon came, ETH Brno, partially by the people who now are part of our team, but then Czech enthusiasts who were just caring a lot about privacy in general. It was really charming to see that is this hardcore conference when there's no token-centric sponsors, there's no companies who will try to ask you to invest in their projects or the vice versa. There were lots of meaningful people from, I don't know, starting from NIM to EFF. I tried to debunk a bit intersection with the Ukrainian activism and basically what are the challenges between if you are going, for example, with your activism to the decentralized stage and what could happen and how to empower builders with certain knowledge in that sense. I'm super happy that one of the things that pop up from this hackathon is a real deal product. It's basically a wallet with Store that is now functioning, and they have really good ethics behind it, and it's built by a few people. So generally speaking, it's an example when a project that originated from a hackathon still lives. I mean, maybe it's challenging some sort of scalability issues with the funding, with the project scaling, with the team scaling, but at least there's a certain connectivity with the first cause. That I mentioned with Tornado Cash. And then I tried to understand, but who is building privacy at the market? Who is doing what? Because information was really scattered, and many people had different opinions, like what's the privacy? In that sense, Ernst & Young was saying that we also want a privacy with the Nightfall protocol with Polygon, while on another spectrum, there were like, I don't know, DarkFi saying everything should be anonymous, and anonymous engineering is the thing. I think aggregate information, try to kind of see the bigger picture, helps us to understand what's going on. Now it's 700 projects with different state of privacy. Not all of them are private. I would say like majority are not private, but I mean some of them are progressing towards the goal. And one of the reasons why we are here is basically defining what's the goal behind these solutions. Then a year ago we made an event where some of the speakers today were also there. For me, it was important. I mean, someone could think cringe, but we invited WorldCoin to have a debate with Amin and to have a debate with cypherpunks, and not just blaming those people on Twitter that they do wrong, but create some sort of this Greek type of debates, like let's sit on stage and talk. What does it even mean? Especially when those projects who are trying to capture your biometrics, they are also capturing the highly talented developers and researchers. And interesting here is like how we could help those people to be more vocal in terms of where do they work, what kind of, let's say, ZK washing they're doing for those projects, and stuff like that. And for me, personally, it was also important to have different opinions on privacy. I mean, you're here with the privacy pools first, but also DarkFi with more philosophical take on privacy, because I think one of the important and underexplored, let's say, phase of privacy is to give it a different opinion and voices. Like, for example, how the privacy would look like for someone living in the favelas in Brazil. And here's my NIM colleague, and they do have community members in Brazil who are working with the people in favelas, bringing this one only laptop to their room. Or privacy in Ukraine or privacy in Iran, depending on your side, and then having this kind of like verbal conversation on like what kind of measurements, preoccupations, and also approaches we should have dealing with the game. Now we're progressed towards something like we call L2Bit for privacy. If you're using MDB, then it's MDB for privacy. There's some people in the room who are aggregating data for that. Basically, where we are going, we want to have not just one database, a snapshot of the market, but also scoring. It's a pain in the ass, but it's interesting to see how you can even attest the privacy features of the projects. One of the interesting take is like 90% of those projects never passed any security audit. But I would state above that you should always look into the security audit, what they audited. If they audited smart contract and not the privacy features, that's kind of like one part of the game. But if they audited even the privacy policy, if they audited the privacy features, if they audited some sort of what kind of centralized governance model exists within the project, then you can see that it's clear privacy fit audited performance. It's interesting that within what we are doing, we clearly see a certain I would say age gap or a cultural gap between different privacy players. Some people, I don't know, who claim that they're cypherpunks from 10 years ago, they try to patronize others how to perform privacy. And we want to kind of find the sort of middle ground when we would be also welcoming to newcomers. And we also help young people to understand what does it mean. For example, when I was judging ETH recently, there was a Turkish team, and Turkish team said within their project, hey, we want to help our mom to vote privately. But we want to do it in whole Turkey. And I'm like, dude, like maybe start with your small community. You can do this in 1 month, but changing the fate of the Turkish elections, it's a good visionary goal, but it's impractical. This project will be dead the next day after the hackathon will end because people won't support. I mean, it's a noble cause, but kind of like try to iterate differently. And now we're kind of act as an ecosystem with many different things from, I don't know, like now we are doing, for example, research for Ethereum privacy ecosystem. Within the whole thingy, we have the own community, launching academy, having internal newsletter, and stuff like that. But what's also kind of like one of the things that happened recently, I met a friend of mine, and she asked me, okay, what you do, but how do you make money on that? Because basically she's trapped with the capitalist game, Haja. And I was like, money, you know? So recently we are playing with the organizations that could try become our member. First was Logos, now I think Anoma Namada will come. I think the Oxbow could be one more, and others. And we are trying to, instead of being captured ongoing and asking every time for every activity, and I think Department of Digitalization also a bit bored with that, asking for money, charge for annual fee and collaborate instead of having this kind of like asymmetrical sponsor facilitator relationship. And yeah, there are grant spending from Zcash, Ethereum, Moloch that also help us to do asynchronous performance and also do research. Today, we received the first individual member who supported our activities, and he's in the room, and really thank you for that. For us, it's interesting to play if we can be really independent from every project, so be more like, have a balanced view on the market itself. And what's important here that our manifesto states that we should move from kind of like fighting with each other. And if you are in the privacy groups, you see that there's a lot of clashes and fights within equals in the same, and should move to collaboration. For example, within the summit that we are doing in Prague on 13th of May, one room will be hyper-practical, no theory, so people would do workshops and collaborate with each other. Then on ETH Berlin, we are doing Privacy Corner, where we will help also hackers to ideate, help to ideate their privacy features, to kind of provide the feedback loop if they're going the right directions. Or maybe someone already built what they're trying to build and give them some tips and advices on that with many speakers who are visiting an event. And what I also found out happening at the market, that many people have different approach to privacy, and I think it's good that we have that diversity. It would be pretty boring if we will have the same view on privacy. I really love when people start to ask what kind of tools you are using here and now, because many privacy advocates don't use the much of privacy tooling, which is interesting because there's certain asynchronicity between privacy tooling and FOSS tooling, and I think it's a cultural clash that we should tackle and be much more humble in terms of how we talk with each other about privacy in general. And there are many contributors. This is the most important slide. I was just a bit off time to do nice logos and avatars, but there are like at least 100 people doing something with us, either facilitating projects or curating or providing some support. Occasional, many privacy experts help us to do our projects, and we are super helpful and thankful for that. And I think that we will just scale that. And for me, it's pretty, I'm happy to see that just privacy is a topic that could be really easily linked to decentralization in general, and then to open up conversations when we are, why we are all here, to quote some famous video. And then the last thing, kind of wrapping up the stuff, I think that we should kind of move also from labeling each other to more different way of how we collaborating with each other. And sometimes when we kind of think of each other as, I don't know, you're a researcher, you're a developer, you're a marketing person, we are putting people in the wrong buckets. While in many cases, with some of the people, we were discussing a Buddhist privacy stack. With others, we were discussing how you would ship privacy into the cheapest device in some African countries. And that's what makes these conversations much more helpful. And a casual reminder that we have war in Europe, and there are also many privacy use cases along the way. You can check Zcash research I made on privacy use cases within the Ukrainian-Russia war. And also you can think more that not just time is now, but it's happening all around us. And now, Afri, you're the next. We won't do interruptions. Afri is core at Department of Decentralization, ETH Berlin. Many people are saying Ethereum OG, but I mean, and I think that with the Department of Decentralization, what I super love is that they also try to disrupt the way you collaborate with market, the way you kind of like manifest yourself, and the way you try to build a sustainable organization that delivers, I don't know, like hackathons for almost 1K people, or like events like Protocol Berg, and I hope you were there the last September. And please make a small round of applause for Afri.
Thank you. Thank you for this warm welcome. Collective, non-profit, private is really a cumbersome title I chose for this talk. But before I start, I wanted to ask, is anyone familiar with the Department of Decentralization or with events like East Berlin that we are organizing? The next event we are organizing is in actually 2 days, so I did the slides like 30 minutes ago, so if you lack any context, feel free to interrupt me. But that's probably all context you need. Organizing large-scale public events the hard way. I'm Afri. I'm with the Department of Decentralization for many years now. If you also want to look like a clown, you can go on the East Berlin website and upload your PFP. We have a beautiful PFP generator there. You can also upload your doc or your favorite meme. It's actually a lot of fun playing around. So in case you want to get distracted, go ahead. I'm going to talk about how we are operating the Department of Decentralization as a collective. And in the next 20 minutes, I want to really take the time to frame a little bit how we work, what we do, and why we do it. And I think it's really important because if you organize events for many years in the space and if you do this regularly, and you always have a kind of competition with other cities, with other events. But at some point, people come to your events with certain expectations, and they don't necessarily see from the outside that what we do is actually pretty different from what others do. And today, I want to just take the next 15 to 20 minutes to talk about what we do and how this is different. As I said, the Department of Decentralization, we are a loose collective. We have no real structured way of organizing. We have an open get-together here actually at Seabase once a month, so everyone can come and kind of contribute. Right now we are around 23 people, more or less from Berlin. We also have a legal entity in Germany that is tax exempt by German law, which is really helpful, especially if you operate as a non-profit. And as I said, we mainly organize events, but we also have strong sections that are involved with blockchain art or maintaining decentralized infrastructure. Just to make sure we are all on the same page, all the events that we organize are free as and free lemonade. We don't sell any tickets. We everything you get from our events is basically free. It's free to attend, it's free to use, and free to collaborate. And on top of that, we also do not try to invite you to buy something. Also, we are not selling anything, we are not shilling anything or trying to. We also try to drastically reduce the amount of something I really don't like about many events in the Web3 space is all the plastic trash you get from sponsors. And this is, like a lot of things going to waste what you as an attendee usually don't want to. And there's a lot of things that we are trying to do a bit differently during our events. But I'm just going to frame this here so you know that what I'm talking about next makes sense. This is actually a photo of our last East Berlin 2 years ago with Chelsea Manning on a fireside chat at East Berlin 3. So our events are free, and we are not trying to sell you anything. There must be like a caveat. So maybe we are selling your data. Actually, we don't. We really couldn't care less about attendee data. There's really, if you organize an event, there's really no need for data, unless you run a business and you want to justify in front of investors that you have a growing user base, or you need to scale to sheer limitless numbers, or if you, sell the data on a darknet, if there's a Web3 scam email list or something like that. We don't do that, obviously, and why I'm saying this is because this is apparently not the normal, not even in the Web3 space. And we do this so radically to a degree that I can't even tell you who was an attendee 2 years ago to one of our events. We just don't have this data point. And we don't even have a newsletter or anything. Every year we basically start from scratch, building a new user base. That said, there's always data. Whatever you do, there's always data. You always leave a trace. This is our privacy policy. It's hard to read, but I marked some sections in different colors. Red is basically what we collect and what we use. And green is basically your rights, according to German or European laws. And just to quote from our privacy policy, your email address, that's all we need. There's really no need, if you organize an event, to collect anything, like literally anything about attendees' data. There's no need, name a reason, why would you need a full name or even a real name, or why would you need a location, or you name it, all we need, email address is, you need something to communicate, give information for the attendance, And that's part of our privacy policy, and I think we are kind of proud that we got all this data we have about our attendees reduced down to like this one line of the email address that we need. So that said, I want to make a case for East Berlin as an event that's fairly different from other events. And there is before we even start organizing an event, then we think about what is our actual goal here. And we try to, I mean, most of us come from the open source community, from the decentralization community, and we come here with a very strong vision, and we have often strong opinions about how the space should be shaped, what the values are, and so on. And especially organizing hackathons is a good entry point for many people that come, young people coming from university or people coming from other ecosystems to get started in Web3. And we always try to align our attendees with a strong vision. It's not only about creating the next token toilet or making magic internet money, but there's so much more to this technology. And what we do, or what we have done in the past, is writing a new manifesto for every event we organize. And it's absolutely worth a read. I thought about quoting some parts of it, but it's just too long. So maybe if you have time or want to get distracted, read our manifesto on eastberlin.org. But one thing I want to highlight is defining a vision and mission is important for these events, but also what we did over the past years is to define values. What should you work on, or what should you consider if you hack on a project at East Berlin? So to further map out this vision that we have for this event, we also try to define key attributes that give you like a that give you like some orientation to navigate like a hackathon, especially if you have not done this before. We define these attributes. Let me just read them out. We encourage hackers to focus on the following attributes. Private, there's no need for your name, data, or ID. Usable, it has to be accessible and user-friendly. Direct, it does not ask for permission. Subversive, it transformed established orders and structures of power. Social, it empowers people and makes a difference in somebody's life. Clandestine, it will not comply. Independent, it will not rely on governments, corporates, or investors. Impactful, it intends to make a difference. Secure, it does not put anyone at risk. Libre, it will be free, both as in free speech and free lemonade. And I'm reading them out because I really believe these values are really important, especially for if you organize an hackathon, and it really helps to not only ground the community to a certain soil, but also to help them to navigate such an event. And I think it's very important going forward for the entire community and the ecosystem to have more events like this with more strong or strictly defined vision and values. But there's more to that, and that's also something I'm really happy to talk about today is you have a vision, you maybe define some values, but do you stop there? So what we do is we also try to really bring everyone who's attending our events to get fed or get dog-fed the technology we are using. You know, we don't run a Discord to manage our community because we really want a fully federated, encrypted, and open source communication stack. Right? We couldn't do this with Telegram or Discord. We just don't want this, and we don't use this till today. If you coordinate as a collective, you need to sometimes meet virtually. So we use encrypted peer-to-peer video conferences with Jitsi. I mean, it's not fully peer-to-peer, but at least it's fully encrypted and open source. And we use many other open source tools. And my entire point being just to tell you this is absolutely possible to do this, and it's also absolutely worthwhile to try this. And the most important cornerstone, as I said, Matrix. We host our own Matrix server, so we have full control over our entire communications infrastructure. We have all our users, all our chat rooms and Matrix spaces all on our own server. And this, in addition, is federated with the entire Matrix network. this is really, really important point. You know, if you use a Discord server, you don't have this control, and you even have to sell your users basically to a third-party company, or like make them sign up for these services. This is something we absolutely don't want. Internally, we coordinate through the Ethereum Foundation Jitsi servers. I'm really glad they host one. But there are others. I mean, once you open this can of open source worms, there are like many different options. For us, it's Jitsi currently. So thank you, Ethereum Foundation, for letting us use this. And something that is really a cornerstone of our collaboration is document management with ScriptPad. You can self-host it. It's fully encrypted, open source, and seamlessly integrates with OnlyOffice, which is like an in-browser document suite. And this has been very helpful. And we have been organizing events on this for at least 2 years now. And the list goes on. I mean, how much time do I have? We use FreeScout for emails, helpdesk, pre-talks, pre-ticks for tickets, speakers, coordination, schedule. We have a Ghost blog. Feel free to read it. It's on blog.dod.ng also. NGO also self-hosted. And sometimes we even build our own custom open source software. But more on that later. So we define a vision for our attendees. We dog feed the entire open source tech stack. What else can we do? This year we decided to go one step further and try to boost open source development by incentivizing hackers at our events to actually make meaningful contributions to open source software, to existing open source software. And we call this the Meta Award. If you decide to hack for 48 hours on something that improves our technology stack, or like one of these software projects that I just listed, or even others, or add features to our stack, or even create something new, we just created this new category to encourage people to build open source or contribute to open source. And I think this is a very important cornerstone, again, because this is something that is not necessarily normal, and it still adds a lot of value to our ecosystem, in my opinion. So, what are we called again? The Department of Self-Hosting, yeah. There are boundaries to what you can do pragmatically if you run your own collective, if you do an actual event with hundreds or thousands of attendees. At the end of the day, it needs to work. And we started in 2018 with the first East Berlin, and we tried to get, we maintained like peer-to-peer communications on status, like a really interesting peer-to-peer communications protocol. We had live streaming on live peer, and not necessarily saying this is a bad thing, but it comes with a lot of struggles. And at some point, if you really want to deliver a good event, you need to sometimes compromise. And for us, or for me personally, it turned out the sweet spot is self-hosting open source software. So if the software is fully open source, fully encrypted, and even if it can federate, even better. So most of the technology we use is rather self-hosted than fully decentralized. As I said, it comes with challenges. If I didn't mention this before, I do this now. We spend all our free time on this, and sometimes even our own money. It's not our job to do this. Most of us have a full-time job, and yeah, I wrote on a side because sometimes, especially close to the bigger events we organize, it feels like your main job is what you do on the side, right? But why this is challenging for many also contributors inside our collective is that you often, if you have like a job, even if you work in Web3, you are like often forced to sign up for a Google business account. You need to, I don't know, create databases in Notion or anything like this. And this is, it comes with the sweet convenience of it works, you know, even though I personally don't like these services, but often if you work in a professional context, it just does the job basically and you get used to it. And then you get out of work and in the evening you try to organize an event and then someone in the collective suggests to use, I don't know, Matrix or CryptPad, you know, and then it is a bit challenging sometimes, especially as open source software sometimes has drawbacks when it comes to user experience. Maybe sometimes it's buggy, doesn't have to be. I'm actually quite happy about our current stack right now, but it always comes with some mainly usability drawbacks. Sometimes a feature is missing and then you have to figure it out. And this is not something you like to do, especially if you have like a full-time job on the side. So. And the other contrast on the external side is that this is also not normal for events in Web3, and this is something I'm actually surprised about, because what does Web3 or the decentralized community stand for? And I'm surprised how many conferences, hackathons, and other events in this space are actually for profit. Do they have to be? I don't know. And in the worst case is that some even like collect your data to pass it on, to sell it. And this puts us in a position where we often have to justify what we do and how we do it. And we have to explain that over and over again. So what's the point? We are different, but we don't want to be. Actually, I think what we do should be the standard, especially for community events, and especially in a community with such a strong vision as Web3. And my message today is consider, just like Isperno did in the Czech Republic, or like web3privacy now movement. You know, start your own local collective. Host your federated community, organize your free events, because it's absolutely possible, and that's something we are trying to show with events that we are organizing, like East Berlin. It's not only fun to organize this, but it's also possible to be different. You know, self-host, don't rely on anyone's server, encrypt, don't put anyone at risk. Federate, connect with other communities. And with that, I would like to thank all these beautiful people of the Department of Decentralization, also you for coming and listening to this talk. And if you haven't done so, please check out one of our websites or events. Come to our events. And with that, I open, I don't know, do we have questions? Do I have questions? No? Yes? Maybe. Thank you. Check. You want
Press the red button. Press the red button.
Test. Anyone? Questions? Here we go.
I've got a question. Sorry, I've actually also lost my voice very conveniently. I've got a question about how you do funding when you don't do any, like marketing activities that other interested parties would usually be interested in when they sponsor an event like this.
Thank you. It's a good question. There's actually a hidden slide. So, running a non-profit, if it's in Web3 or not, it's not something we invented. So this is like a very old thing. If it's I don't know, campaigning for politics or whatever you do, there are like so many different ways to raise funds, and there's so many different ways. It could be donations, retroactive funding, grants from foundations, and because you probably asked how we specifically are funded, we do all of this, except we don't have any members because we don't want to store their data. But we used to run events in the past through sponsorship models. Currently, we are mainly funded through donations, retroactive funding, and grants from foundations, which puts us in a little bit more privileged spot because we don't have to go with everything that comes with sponsorships, but that's basically what what you can do.
The last one?
My question was answered, thank you.
Oh,
No,
perfect,
okay.
perfect. Okay, then one more. Yeah, anyways, we're waiting for Fatma.
How did you invent the name and when? DOD.
I mean, it is. It should sound official, you know. It's like. I mean, I didn't invent it. It's someone from our collective. I don't even recall. I don't know if anyone in the room knows who came up with this, but it should be official. The fun fact about the story is we tried to register this as like a legal entity, and they refused because it sounded too official. So yeah.
Hey, so my question is on the lines of authentication. Like, for example, you used email is the only thing you need. What have you tried, or what are the assessments on protocols like Nostr or so, which I haven't actually gotten into testing, but like decentralized blockchain?
What's the question, actually? I mean, we use whatever works, right? We currently have a collaboration with Zupas to create PCDs for all our attendees. The next step could be using Zupas to check in and authenticate, so you basically don't even need their email address anymore. I mean, someone would need to go over this step to create this account on Zupas, but it's having a zero-knowledge proof to prove that you are actually an attendee or even a judge or any other role. I'm sorry, by the noise. That's absolutely possible, and we are very close to implementing this too.
You can brief out, maybe 2 minutes. Let's do one more.
Oh, come on.
The last one.
With everything being so decentralized, how do you do governance? Like, when is something the Department of Decentralization says official, and how do you decide when you raise funds, how you spend them? Like, what's the, how do you do this kind of decision making?
Decision making is rough consensus. So everyone should kind of agree, and no one should have like a strong objection.
No microphone, no question.
I mean, this is actually a very open-ended question, because this is not something that's easily be solved, and we don't vote on things, you know, internally, and we also try not to have one person responsible for everything, and trying to find a middle ground somewhere that is not voting or dictatorship. It's something that's also very common in protocol governance or open source governance, is just having rough consensus, and this is also something we try to implement.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, thank
Small
you.
round of applause. And now I'm welcome on stage Peter from Coin Center, Lefteris, you too. Please join us. And Fatma, please, 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 please. Yeah. This third one will be tough. Whatever you want, you can lay down, like what will be the most comfortable for you. Or maybe I will be this one for you. So we will exchange. We have 3 mics, but the third is not that suitable. So first of all, let me introduce, wow. Now we will have a proper streaming. So it's a big pleasure, for me to have people coming from the States, from Newcastle. You live here? No, I mean like which district? You see, like we have pretty diverse ways of getting to our events. And what's important for this panel that every year, I guess, there are critical topics with privacy. And somehow it's the same topic again and again within the intersection, legal issues or challenges and privacy itself, how we interact with the governments across the world, how we dependent on the foreign governments, stuff like that. And at the same time, within Lefteris example, I want to tackle what community could do to tackle those issues, especially when it comes also to funding. And here it really rhymes with Safri's talk on like how to fund the project. And at the same time, one of the most often questioned within the privacy community was like what we could do within the Tornado Cash case, Samurai case, you name them. Especially when those people, they've never been activists, maybe they were just coding, researching, or doing marketing campaigns on Twitter. Lefteris Rodki, Fatma Swarm, Peter from Coin Central. A small round of applause, please. And actually, I have a super generic question, but I found it super important right now. How you define decentralization?
Do I really have to start? Okay. So decentralization, that's a very hard thing to define. Decentralization is basically not relying on one central authority for something, not having someone decide everything, but in the concept of crypto and blockchain, it can be many different things, but it's not black and white. This is probably the most important thing, because there's many people who accuse a project saying, okay, this is not decentralized, or this is decentralized. Do what they do and do not do what these guys do. These kind of extreme views are actually hurtful to the concept of decentralization. We should try to, well, progressive decentralization is a term, but I kind of hate it because it's almost always used to justify not doing things the right way and taking shortcuts everywhere. But decentralization is basically not relying on one person, one entity. And it can be for many things. It can be decentralization of development, decentralization of governance, decentralization of well, governance is decision making. Yeah.
I think the answer is very subjective, and it's good that there is no one typical definition for decentralization, and this is by design because this is a decentralized field, and there is not one authority that can define it properly. For me personally, I would not distinguish decentralization with censorship resistance and permissionlessness. So I think something is decentralized if it also has these two other features. And obviously, as you said, it's on a spectrum. But if one needs permission or can be censored from a network, then definitely this network is not decentralized, at least in the way I understand it.
So we, at Coin Center, the people that read our website most are probably people at the SEC and FinCEN. So when we make a public statement about what is decentralized, we have to be careful because it could influence people who want to bring prosecutions. That might be an optimistic view of our ability to influence people, but it's possible, and so we try and be very careful. And because of that, we've always pushed for... To me, it's a nonsense to have a regulatory body like the SEC or the DOJ count the number of nodes or count the number of developers and have some sort of magic threshold where if there's like 50 plus 1, suddenly it's sufficiently decentralized, because those numbers are arbitrary, and the actual accounting of whether this project has reached this magical threshold is going to be so chaotic and unpredictable and arbitrary that it just would lead to infinite prosecutorial discretion, basically. And we see this in legislation that's been proposed to Congress in attempts to define decentralization as some sort of robust test of sort of the number of participants and how federated the power amongst the participants are. So when we've written about this in the context of cryptocurrencies, we said there's something very important that separates Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the follow-on innovations from Web 2. We don't usually use the word Web 3 because in the US it's especially become like an Andreessen Horowitz buzzword, in which case it's like not always credible. But what we say is, look, the big difference is anybody can participate in the protocol that adds data to the ledger, that writes and that anyone can read from that ledger. Now, it might be pseudo-private because maybe you can only read one fact from the ledger, like there's no double spending. You can't see addresses. But anyone can write and read, and anyone can write and read the software that powers the protocol. So you've got basically two conditions. You've got free and open source software that powers the essential elements of the protocol, and you've got a competitive system of block creation and validation that anybody can participate in without getting some sort of credential from a centralized authority. So commonly available hardware for mining, or a relatively well-traded liquid token that you can purchase in order to stake. That's our metric. I think that does merge it a lot with this notion of permissionlessness, but to us that's actually what's sort of fundamentally important in the discussions in Washington, D.C., and I often wish we weren't having a discussion about whether something's decentralized or not. I want to have a discussion about whether it's permissionless. We also make reference to sort of microeconomic theory, which is the reason why it's important is not that there's actually 50 different competing miners on the Bitcoin blockchain. It's the fact that somebody could, with relatively low startup costs, start participating in that system. And so the system might not be competitive in the traditional economic sense, but it's contestable, which is an economic term. The barriers to entry are low. And so there's no fiat, there's no gating to participating fairly on this network. That's what we would call decentralized for the things that matter. And it's really more a concept of permissionlessness for us.
And then here in this industry, we hear each year, revolution, let's make revolution. And I'm like, what kind of, how it will look alike? And then it leads to how you would describe the nature of relationship between government or governments and the protocols and the people who are doing those protocols or solutions. Like how you would define as some sort of your personal view on that relationship in between those sectors, specifically with that decentralization in between between them.
Okay, good question. So how are protocols connected to governments of nation state?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, actually, this is part of my talk tomorrow, so thanks. I have a talk tomorrow in DAPCON at 10:30, so I will talk more about that. But the idea, at least in my head, of what protocols, what the Ethereum blockchain, what the Bitcoin blockchain can do for government is it can eliminate corruption and it can promote radical transparency of government, of bureaucracy. This is the good case if that happened, if it was used, because so all of the protocols that we use in the main chains like Bitcoin and Ethereum, they are completely transparent. There is no privacy at all there. And that's good for government, for being able to see how something is decided, how something is funded, where is your funds spent. But then there is the other scenario that is actually very dangerous, and it's to move everything and have everybody completely visible on-chain, and that is totalitarian regimes' wet dream, basically track everybody, be able to see what everybody is doing. So our technology has the power to create something beautiful, but it also has the power to be used to create, I don't remember the name of the episode of Black Mirror, but the one where they track everything and they see that you are paying with CBDC-like thing. Yeah. So that's it.
I'm going to go back to the topic of censorship resistance, because I think the tension right now between at least regulators and the tech, the crypto blockchain tech that we're working on, at least more on the cypherpunk end of the spectrum, is the drive of regulators to try to capture or control or have these networks comply somehow with their regulation. And the way that law and regulators know how to do is by finding these centralized points of control from the blockchain perspective, it could be seen as central point of failures, but that is up to people's discretion, to then force the actors that have control over, for instance, the front end or the project itself, depending on where in the inception of the project we are, to make some design decisions that would align the project with whatever these regulators deem to be right. And I think that the Tornado Cash case is a very good illustration of why this leads to very absurd realities. So I think here it's interesting to put in parallel the situation of Alexei in Europe, so in the Netherlands, and how the proceeding went for him, and the current outcome, which is still pending the appeal, so it's not final. And compared to the other developers or co-founders that are in other jurisdictions, and the fact that the laws, so far at least, seems to be very different for each of them, and how they apply to them, what they are supposed to do, and the consequences that they suffer is also very different. But we're talking about a technology that is supposed to be global. So who gets to decide, like which authority, which government gets to decide which way the technology has to go? I think this is a very legitimate question to ask ourselves, whether the project can decide very, agreeably to opt for one jurisdiction and be like, okay, I will follow whatever I think compliance means in the US, which is still also an open question. There are proceedings pending against the sanctions against Tornado Cash, so it's not even clear whether these are legal or what one must do to comply with them. But for me, it all boils down to surveillance. So one can censor something that one can see. If no one knows what's happening, then there isn't much to censor other than to censor the whole thing. And as much as you would be at home, sorry, I'm taking a long time, but it's my favorite topic. You're at home, you close the curtain, you can do and say whatever you want, and as long as no one knows, then no one can come after you. Then we can apply the same reasoning for blockchain technology, and I think there's no way around privacy becoming a de facto once the technology is advanced enough, because we shouldn't be surveilled by some subjective governments that doesn't apply to us.
So governments and protocols, they have a more libertarian Texan American perspective. I'm not from Texas, I'm from New York and DC. But I just want to be left alone. CoinCenter's mission is not to advocate for government usage of blockchains. It's not to advocate that government should favor blockchains in the law. It's honestly that we just want equal treatment and our constitutional rights. Because if we get equal treatment and our constitutional rights, we can build these things how we want to build them. And then they will be, I think, superior to other systems out there. Market forces will prevail, and these technologies will hopefully do a lot of good in the world. That might be a little naive, but that's sort of the basic premise. And so what do I mean by equal treatment? Well, here's an interesting relationship between a government, the US government, and a protocol, not any of our crypto protocols, but the SWIFT Interbank Settlement Network. Does everyone, show of hands if you know what SWIFT is. Yeah, this is a good room. So, SWIFT handles billions of dollars in transactions globally and connects to banks all over the world, including in sanctioned jurisdictions. And they sometimes debank banks when there are specific laws in Belgium that are passed to try and say you can no longer deal with this bank. But for example, when they connect an American who is a customer of Bank of America to a Cuban bank, they don't end up liable for that American paying a sanctioned person in Cuba. They will relay that message, and they will not be directly liable for the content of their message. And if you read their frequently asked questions website and their compliance page on sanctions, they say, sanctions is the responsibility at the endpoints. We're a neutral communications network. And of course they are, and they need to be, because the global economy would fall apart if we started, having sort of several centralized points of control over something that's supposed to be a networked good, interbank settlement. You just grind the entire world economy to a halt. And there are some politicians now who seem to want to do this in the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, in wake of the rising power of China. So maybe it will all collapse. But at least for the moment, SWIFT gets this interesting favored status as a true communications intermediary. Even though, and I'll make this brief because now I can just connect this to what we were just talking about, even though they have 10 times more actual control and knowledge of the messages that they're relaying than Alexei and the Romans ever had with Tornado Cash. So, I just want equal treatment with the legacy financial system. They get a lot of slack, and probably for good reasons sometimes, and probably for very bad reasons other times. I just want the rule of law, equal treatment. I also want the First Amendment in the US, which means developers who are building these tools the right way, which is mostly just publishing software, not engaging in a lot of trust me type conduct, not doing a lot of ICOs and things like that, they can't be regulated because they're actually engaged in expressive conduct. And I also like the Fourth Amendment, which says that the government can't just hoover up all my private data without a warrant before a judge, which is how all mass surveillance works in the US, which you might say, well, Peter, your Fourth Amendment seems to be worth about bullshit, and we're trying to change that.
And then returning to the question, like what the community could do, especially when many people don't know how to self-defend in terms of when they're participating in hackathons, for example, or when they are a part of that dev community. Like how you would perceive, should they wear T-shirts, like what kind of advocacy should be presented within the communities, especially when on the background, if you check CoinDesk or whatever big media writing within the industry, they almost never write properly on privacy. The last year, especially when they were like funding, they were writing, yeah, 100 millions were poured into privacy protocol, and then it reminds security market that usually when the hack is there, the media highlights kind of like the nature of relationship with the market. So generally speaking, what people could do, how do you think?
Yeah, good. They can wear T-shirts. I have wear one. It's nice, but I cannot say anything about advocacy or legal or governments. I have no idea. I'm just a developer. They can actually, though, develop. This is what cypherpunks did. They wrote code, and they still write code. So you can write code that respects people's privacy. You can actually think about what the data that your software is handling. Where are you sending it? Who are you sending it to? What kind of self-sovereignty do you give over the data to the user? So generally, as a developer, because that's what I can say, you really have to think and put privacy first. Build local applications that that allow the users to own their own data. And for the rest, I guess I would just leave it to the guys who who deal with legal.
I'm just a lawyer, just a dev. I think I would echo what you just said. Building is the most important, and once one builds, like you have to also ask yourself the question of like why you make certain decisions in what you're building, and how will this have a broader impact on the standards of the space and the behaviors that it enables. So being interested in the philosophy of it, in sovereignty questions, I think it's very important. And then just focus on building. Something I'm very excited about is just going further within just modular, composable networks. I think this would even bring more agency to the users if they can actually pick what they want to interact with, and then it would open, instead of having one single type of software like usable and applicable to all, which is kind of a weird form of uniformization, although people are using these networks are from everywhere in different cultures and have different values, have something that everyone can opt in and out. I think that would be really interesting. But yeah, I think you can talk about advocacy.
So I don't think we're at like a grassroots moment yet where there's a lot of like on the ground, call your representative in the legislature type situations, because we're just sort of holding on right now against an onslaught of lawsuits, prosecutions, and bad regulations. And these are highly technical areas of sort of government machinery, and so that's why we need organizations out there like Coin Center, but also like the DeFi Education Fund and the Blockchain Association. And I don't know a lot about the EU landscape. I hope there are more organizations like that in the EU, but I wouldn't be the one to know who to recommend. Because at the end of the day, a lot of really important law about who's liable for building in this space, about when you actually have a right to privacy over certain data or when you don't, about when someone has to build a backdoor into a product, the precedents that will set those laws are going to be set in a bunch of really bad court cases over the next few years. Some of them in the EU, like Alexei Pertsov, some of them in the US, like the Romans, who are being accused of three different crimes for building Tornado Cash, and some of them will also be civil lawsuits. So Coin Center, my organization, is suing the US Treasury, not for holding the developers liable, that actually happened, that prosecution happened later, but simply to say it is inappropriate under US law to identify an immutable smart contract on the Ethereum blockchain as something on the sanctioned list. You don't have that power. You have the power under the sanctioned laws to identify a foreign person or regime and the property of that foreign person or regime. But software living on the Ethereum blockchain that doesn't directly benefit anyone and isn't controlled by anyone isn't property of a sanctionable entity. And so you can't actually do what you did with the Tornado Cash sanctions, at least with respect to the immutable pools. I think that's a winning argument. The problem is that you're going to need a judge to understand, you know, what the hell I'm talking about when I say an immutable smart contract in the Ethereum blockchain. And you're going to need a judge who's ready to stand up to the national security concerns, which have a tendency to make judges sort of defer to the executive branch in the US. And so these cases need to be briefed super, super well, super clearly, so that a judge in Florida, like in our case, feels it personally, understands why there are real privacy issues at stake. This isn't just a tool for criminals, and this is also about whether people are going to be allowed to build things of fundamental value or not. And so support organizations that are bringing these lawsuits, that are aiding the defense of the Tornado Cash developers. And then the one last thing I'll say is, if you are a builder in this space, please build real things. And no, I'm serious. Like, I don't think, given the tone of this room, I don't think I'm talking to the right developers here. But there's a lot of projects out there that claim to be decentralized, claim to be censorship resistant, claim to be permissionless, and it's all just garbage under the hood. It might as well just be a MySQL database. And that is a huge liability, because the judge won't know that this person isn't representative of the entire space, that there are good projects in the space. And the judge might make a law based on that bad plaintiff that implicates the entire space. So bad facts make bad law is the old expression.
Can I ask a question on this? Like, as a builder, basically, there is the US as a jurisdiction, right? Then there is every single country in the EU being a different jurisdiction. Having read as a completely non-legal person the indictment, basically the English translation, and then the machine translated thing that the Dutch authorities gave out, it's scary. It's really scary as hell because, at least to my eyes, it doesn't make sense. But what's really scary is why would I or any other person actually build something? Of course, it would be decentralized and it would be something that doesn't give me control. But then, if, at least to my eyes, when someone did this, and just a random jurisdiction, I mean, I've only been to the Netherlands once, and that was last year for supporting Alexei's, I don't remember, it was the, yes, it is Dam. And I only been there for that. I never knew much about the Netherlands before. It can be another jurisdiction, some other, like, I don't know, Italy, my home country, Greece. They can just say, okay, hey, come here, we grab you. We have this law that gives us jurisdiction over your thing because, I don't know, you were born in Greece or something. How can someone actually build like this? I would be too scared. I would go completely anon. Like, I would not touch this with a 10-foot pole because it's, even if we solve it in one jurisdiction, then we'll get problems in another. Unless, I don't know, is there anything such as cross-jurisdiction precedents?
No, so the biggest problem is if we lose these cases in the U.S., the long arm of the U.S. is going to reach everyone. Everyone who they think is of consequence. So if your privacy tool doesn't get used by anyone, that might be okay. But if it gets used by North Korea even just once for a substantial amount of money, you're next, right? And it doesn't matter if you're in Greece or the Netherlands or there's a handful of places that don't have extradition and that are going to stand up to the U.S. government or are just hostile to the U.S. government, but maybe you don't want to live in those countries either. So you're right. I don't, like, if I was a builder too, I would be extremely scared and I would probably not want to build right now. I think that we can, I'm an optimist, but I think that we can win in the U.S. on certain fundamental issues, like if what you're doing is just publishing a GitHub repository, you're not going to end up criminally liable. Now, it might get harder in situations where you're also participating in a DAO, and there's a governance mechanism, and there's a governance token, and there's profits, and there's a business concern that is sort of masquerading as something decentralized. It gets worse and worse and worse the more you layer onto that. But, like, if we lose on, in the US, you are constitutionally protected to publish software in a repository, that any kind of software that does things, important things, then we've lost everything that America supposedly stood for. I know I'm in Berlin talking about America a lot, but like that's my job. That's the world I live in. And so, like, it's very important that we get this right. We went down this road in the 1990s with the first crypto wars when the U.S. government tried to use export control laws to ban the distribution of PGP and RSA and things like that. And we won in the courts. We didn't actually win a permanent victory. Like, the government kind of backed down and was like, oh, okay, you know, we won't put these really strict controls in place after all. And the court said, well, there's no case in controversy anymore. The government backed down, so we'll moot it, which is a really sneaky way of just like, the government lives to fight another day. That day is now, and we need to win, or the chilling effects of those decisions are going to make any reasonable-minded builder in this space just not want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. I agree.
Which brings me to the point I wanted to add a detail. I said everyone should build. That also requires research is fine, right? Publishing the code, writing it is fine. Launching a project, fundraising for it, like all of these things that become more centralized and would entail perhaps someone's liability needs proper legal research, like jurisdiction shopping. You can go and look around. There are jurisdictions that are more pro-privacy than others. There are ways to structure a project that would protect perhaps like some of the features, some of the people involved. So this is very important. The other thing is to cut that long arm of the US, because is my time up? No, it's working. So maybe I can use this one. Yes. So yeah, make sure that like first of all, why should I be oppressed because North Korea decided to use a software? Like, isn't it enough that they're oppressing their own people? And then why should I be here impacted by a decision in the United States? Like, this whole situation now is kind of becoming very blurry and different than what we're used to with borders and jurisdictions. And I think it's really time to make things clear, and I'm really thankful for your work, actually, because it's very critical and important. But regardless of that, I don't think that we should stop building. We should just be more conscious of how we're doing it so that we don't end up in situations that, like, the builder will suffer, but the whole space too, like we're seeing, we're all impacted by whatever, like, lawsuit is happening.
Actually, to wrap it up, I would ask you, like, let's say, how really builders could not fall into a trap of gloom and doom and just opt out, like a quit industry, return to, like Afri said, we have all full-time jobs, so maybe the job would be Siemens, Vodafone, whatever corporation. And instead of that, how is it conscious, to be conscious, like how the conscious approach to building, developing tooling and researching should be made in a nice manner, and what's actually, again, the role of the legal force here, because I know that there are lots of legal people who actually support without being too corporate, like, I mean, privacy builders and that stuff, in many chats and many behind the scene, doing basically consultancy job. How should it work in the sense of the conscious approach to building? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question. So from a developer perspective, what exactly is the question?
From developer's perspective, how you would consciously approach building right now in this quasi-hostile environment to, on one hand, take care about your emotions and just deliver stuff instead of spread paranoia within your team, for example. Second, would you go and participate hackathons and build new tools? Would you share the knowledge with other people on yours? Maybe use case on privacy that is not hostile that much in that thing. You want to say something? Give it a second.
So there's a couple of options in this hostile regulatory environment. One is sort of playing regulatory arbitrage and trying to find jurisdictions that are a little bit friendlier. There is a risk there that you still get extradited to the US at the end of the day if your tool gets used by North Koreans. I think, like if you want to be really careful, build like Satoshi. Satoshi did what he did and didn't end up liable for it, not because he was an anon. I'm not saying, like, never let anyone know who you are. But he managed to build a protocol without ever doing a dime of fundraising, which is radical. Now, maybe it's not repeatable. There's a lot of, like, path dependency, and the world we're in now just doesn't allow that because, you know, all of the shit meme coins get all of the news cycles and like the enthusiasm, and so there's no way to break into it. I don't know, that's cynical. But, like, all he did was publish a white paper and a software client, and he ran it himself for a while. That's a way to build that I don't see how you can easily be found liable for just doing those things. Now, it's very different when you have a business around that has solicited venture capital money, that had, like, these are all things that unfortunately are pointed out in the Tornado Cash indictment. They got VC investors. There was a token. Now, they don't mention that the token plummeted in value after North Korea used the damn tool, so it's quite clear they didn't profit from North Korea using the tool, but, you know, set that aside. You have a DAO that starts to do certain ancillary things around the immutable protocol. Every gadget you add in order to spin the loop and get the network effects running is a potential liability. So if you can build more like Satoshi, build more like Satoshi. Now, I want to caveat what I just said, though, because I don't want anyone to misunderstand that I think that, say, the Romans and Alexei are liable of the crimes they've been accused of because they did those other things, like took VC money. In the US, you have a right to publish software, even if you're a giant agribusiness pharmaceutical corporation with billions and billions of dollars in revenue. Our First Amendment opinions from the Supreme Court recently support big pharma, support website developers who don't want to make wedding websites for gay couples. Like, we have a very broad theory of First Amendment rights in our country. It doesn't matter if you're doing it for profit. It doesn't matter if you actually are writing a website instead of a book. It's all protected. We need to get crypto into that broad tent, and that's the best way to protect this space. But until we do that, and maybe we fail to do that, but until we do that, build more like Satoshi, because the more you build like Binance, the more you're just going to be an easy target with very few actual First Amendment defenses and rule of law defenses.
I'm not sure if Satoshi didn't fundraise. We're just not aware of it. So this is also something to keep in mind. Like, I agree, the VC culture right now and how things are happening is very startup, Silicon Valley style. But this is also culturally quite far from where we come from. But I also think that even if Satoshi didn't build Bitcoin, it would have happened anyway. So there's also this kind of time frame that we're discussing that, like, even now, if we have roadblocks, I don't think that we're never gonna see like widespread privacy tech on chain. It's gonna happen. So how it's gonna happen, this is the question. And I agree with you, like anonymity is a plus, but then this is not necessarily something we should advocate for. This is it.
Yeah, I think I understand the question better now, but still, I would never. So, as a builder, I I have a family. I don't want to go to jail. It's as simple as that, right? Even if I didn't have a family, why would I want to ever risk going to jail for what I like to do? So, I really would advocate people going anon for privacy tech, but it would depend on what kind of thing it is. If it is something that just is more privacy centric, I mean, I don't think you have any problems. If it is a mixer, a coin mixer, then yeah, please, like really, then 100% be an anon. Don't touch mixers with being a known person. But in general, I am also optimistic because I think that anons can do stuff, and I would still trust to use their tooling. So the optimistic view here is that even if someone, even if regulation, even if we lose those cases, knock on wood, there is no wood here, but even if we lose those cases, even if the regulatory environment is extremely hostile, both in Europe and the US, still, cypherpunks will build, and there will be anons, sure, and we will have privacy tools because we are not going to lose to the machine.
Another point I think for me is really hopeful too is just looking at other form of tech and that have similar roadblocks. So what happened to Aaron Schwartz trying to open knowledge to everyone, make it free, and then the fact that there is Sci-Hub now, everyone is using it in the US, outside the US, and it has brought so much knowledge to so many people who didn't have access, the financial means, the technological means, whatever, to this knowledge, and it's super important, I think. Also, disclaimer or caveat, I think nobody here is, I'm speaking for everyone, but correct me if I'm wrong, is advocating for criminal usage of the technology or is advocating for facilitating such criminal usage. We're just talking about something very different, and unfortunately these two things, privacy or our right to have access to the technology, is usually put in contrast with this criminal usage, but it doesn't have to be the case.
Thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts on the quite important topic here. I think that there's a certain interesting trajectory that there are collectives, there are developers, there are hackathons, and also like legal professionals and the researchers as well, who kind of like play the same field, to connect with each other, within the same market, have this potency of helping each other. And I think that within many events like this, or like ETH Berlin Hackathon, we would see much more interesting nature of collaboration when that knowledge also is spread out horizontally. And generally speaking, everyone helps each other instead of fighting in chats as we see those days. It's not that productive. Thanks a lot for being with us today. And it's interesting because now we are going to challenges between the advocacy. Josh, where are you? Josh is somewhere here. 1 second. Josh DeVille, the blockchain socialist. I think he's outside. Yeah, he's there. Yeah. Josh, come. So what's interesting here and why I love Josh that you wouldn't believe, but he's the one advocating for blockchain fighting in a nice way or debating with Web2 or so-called people. It would be nice if you would go and check his political interviews on YouTube with crypto skeptics. He has lots of major arguments on how to defend the right for blockchain or decentralization in broader sense exist at all. And he goes straight away political. And this talk, I think, would be on the intersection of activism and the privacy and the tension in between them. And last but not least, chase him for his books, Blockchain Radicals. People just should read more. And he has some. HDMI?
Yes.
This one. Yeah. Thank you. And what's important here that we slowly move from sort of lack of activism to the activism itself. And it's a nice transition also from the free speech, because I think what the Department of Decentralization is doing is a pure activism. You can call it a tech activism in that sense. We can chat with someone at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of message I'm going to get.
Go.
All right. Make sure nothing... Hope nothing comes up. Okay. So hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Josh. I have books in my bag. I have a lot of books. So if you're interested in reading, I'm selling them for 20 euros. Come get me afterwards. Pretty quick, so I have to go to a dinner. But for my talk, I wanted to talk about the tensions that I see based on my experience between anonymity and solidarity. So on one side, we have, the need to protect our identities in particularly difficult situations, while also, especially in the context of social movements, but however, the need for cultivating solidarity between the people who also take part in that social movement at the same time. And I think, I just wanted to talk a bit about maybe my experience, just personally, why I kind of became interested in this topic. I have a blog and a podcast called Blockchain Socialist. You can imagine what I talk about. And so I didn't want, when I first started out a few years ago, I didn't want my employer to know what I was doing, what I was up to, because it would be a really awkward conversation with my boss to explain why I had a podcast on the side of my job. I also didn't want to lose my job because I still need to make money in order to pay rent and whatever else. And in the process of making the podcast and everything, I started different online communities and started meeting people who also felt similarly in this weird intersection of crypto and more left-wing politics, and therefore met a lot of people online via Discord, Reddit, or whatever other platforms who wanted to reach out and try to do stuff together. However, over the internet, there is this, of course, culture of being anon, of sharing your username, and that's how you know the person. But in a context of wanting to do any sort of left-wing political movement, there's also an aspect or a culture of really getting to know the other person who you are doing stuff with. You don't want to feel like you can't trust the people that you are potentially going to very dangerous situations with. And so it's an important aspect. And I only came out of the Anon closet after I wrote this piece for Outland called Fork Your Society, I Want Out, which is about the network state, because I was asked to write a book. And so I was asked by my publisher to not be anonymous anymore, because I was asked to be a public figure in order to defend the points that were in my book. That's something that they required. And so I kind of complied with that. And so what I found a lot of the times is that I would, meet people online, especially when I was anonymous, and they would be like, oh, what do I call you? Or what's your name? Or like, am I supposed to know this information about you? And it'd be this like really kind of awkward back and forth where, at least for me, I didn't really care if the other person knew a little bit about my life. And often case, it happened where they would know my name, so I would simply share it. But other times I would meet people and they would be very, very guarded about who they are, what they do, what their kind of like goals are. And it would really, really frustrate me because it'd be like, what do you think I'm going to do? Like it felt that they could not trust me, even though I was, especially now as a public figure, but even then, public, at least in the internet. And so I kind of wanted to like force myself to deal with this, like these contradictions that I saw in this space. So we're talking about solidarity, and I wanted to make people a little bit uncomfortable by singing a song. So you guys all have to sing it with me so that we can lighten up the mood a little bit, because I know it's been like a very heavy day today talking about privacy and anonymity. So this is like a standard like labor union song that people in labor unions will sing together whenever they're at protests. Like everybody knows it. So usually it's, you say solidarity forever 3 times, and then they say, for the union makes us strong. However, since this is a crypto thing and some people may think whatever about unions, maybe we can say, for the blockchain makes us strong as a compromise. Is that okay with you guys? Do you guys know the song? Does anybody know the song? It's very simple. I can start singing it, and then we'll go, and then it'll start bringing people in, okay? You ready? Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the blockchain makes us strong. Solidarity forever. I don't hear everyone. Solidarity forever. Daniel. Solidarity forever. For the blockchain makes us strong. Now one more time. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the blockchain makes us strong. Woo! Yeah, good job. You guys all sang wonderfully. It was beautiful. So did you feel the cringe? Did you feel it like deep in your bones? Like, did that feel uncomfortable? Because it might for people who like don't do it often or aren't a part of different types of movements, haven't gone out to things. Like it feels a little bit uncomfortable your first time, right? But congratulations, you made like a very, very small baby step into feeling what it's like to experience solidarity. And like to me, at least, like music is like one of those rare kind of places that are somewhat normalized where you can kind of experience a sense of collectivity because you're all kind of singing more or less the same thing, right? And so I want you to like hold on to that feeling of solidarity and like also think about how it plays with this, with anonymity at the same time and privacy. And so to explain, just for people who may not know exactly what solidarity means, when we talk about solidarity, this is not like charity. So this is a famous quote from Eduardo Galeano, where he says, "I don't believe in charity, I believe in solidarity. Charity is so vertical. It goes from the top to the bottom. Solidarity is horizontal. It respects the other person. I have a lot to learn from other people." So it's meant to be a conceptual framework for being able to relate to one another in a more horizontal type of way, and is not meant to be this kind of like paternalistic view on like helping others. That charity is kind of like basically what defines it. So they're very, very different things. And it's a feeling. And so this is also very important in like workers' movements, right? Whenever you are in a kind of like worker struggle, there is this idea that there are like the workers that need to come together, they need to collectivize and show off their power. They need to act as a kind of single unit as a way to fight back against the kind of like rights as they are taken away by them, by their employer, whether that's like lowering wages, whether that's taking away certain benefits, whatever that is. The way that, you know, in unions and in worker movements, you view how to build up your own power is by having a collective single unit in which there's solidarity between the individuals that make up that unit. So it's not meant to be to, you know, rid yourself of your individuality, but is instead to build those relationships of solidarity in order to create a coherent collective identity. And so surveillance is a workers' issue. People who work in, for example, Amazon workplaces, but this is also a continuation of a long history of labor struggle. But, you know, in the Amazon warehouse, you have cameras that are constantly watching, you know, how many packages they do and like how many times they have to take a piss and like all these various metrics that they're always measuring about people and what they do with their time, whether or not they're making certain KPIs being met. This is an extension of the already existing history of basically floor managers. Floor managers were the people who were surveilling factory workers on the floor and making sure they were constantly working and doing these various disciplinary mechanisms to make sure that they were always on task and whatever else. These cameras and these digital systems are simply an automation of those responsibilities and of those things that the floor manager were already doing, except now it's just become at such a much more intense level to where they're counting the amount of time you take to go pee. And so I think this is like an important context when we're thinking about privacy, when we're thinking about anonymity. This is something that not only affects simply people who are fighting against the state in some big fashion, but also because they are simply working and trying to make their ends meet. And so when we're talking about the, in the context of social movements, a really good source of information is the CIA on how they use surveillance in order to destroy social movements. So if you can read the text here, this is like how they interfere in social movements. They recommend, you know, agents that interrogate into different groups to talk as frequently as possible, to bring up irrelevant issues, haggle over precise wordings of things, to refer back to matters decided upon at the last meeting, to bring it back up, to slow down the whole process, to be worried about propriety. They also talk about things in like how to stop things at work. So this is often a tactic to slow down labor unions, to make labor unions appear as some like giant inefficient monstrosity. So they would do things like spread rumors. They would work very slowly. There's a whole like list of things you can see to perhaps watch out for in case you're worried of a CIA agent. But I think you know, this is, again, like surveillance is not a new issue simply because of digital systems, but digital systems have definitely intensified the kind of surveillance apparatus that is available to kind of curtail various types of social movements, whether that is in labor unions or whether that is in another like activist kind of situation. And so when it comes to internet surveillance, of course, like, I'm sure a lot of you already know these things. So I took a very generic picture off of Google Images to, you know, we already know that with like high intense surveillance, we have the effects of society where people become suspicious of each other, they become paranoid, it becomes like very awkward to know if you're always being watched to do certain actions and commit to certain things. This is something like, in general, internet surveillance kind of how it affects society. And then, so if we peer into a little bit closer in the into the internet and the differences between the meet space where like I can see you, you can see me, you know I'm wearing this shirt, you know I have shorts on, you have all this contextual information about who I am and what I probably do that you can potentially deduce just looking at me, that is not seen through just an avatar, right? Even if I just put an avatar of this guy's face or whatever, you get still a lot less contextual information than in the meet space. And so in the digital space, while there are a lot of, affordances that it provides and whatever else, one of the things that it cuts off is the contextual information that we kind of see as by default whenever we're meeting up in person that the digital isn't necessarily able to make up for. And so I think, if we're looking at like how kind of a lot of DAOs turned up and like how a lot of the culture in crypto is at the moment, I think this has a very large effect, that this is like a form of like abstraction so much in a way that like our brains were not evolved to ever handle. We were not like to have, to remember people by their avatars. Online is like a very recent and new phenomena that has very particular effects. It's hard for us to know at the moment exactly what that all means. But it also means, I think, in crypto, there is a little bit of a culture of kind of like, of adversariety between people because of this anonymous and this anonymous culture. But I think as well, so one like specific example that I wanted to kind of like point out of where, I was kind of dealing with this was whenever I first met Kat from ETH Evacuations, where I kind of found her on Twitter where she was sharing the things that she was doing using crypto to help get people out of Gaza. And so I put some messages that I got from friends like at that moment asking me if I knew her, if like, if anybody else knew her. So there was like this intense need for someone to claim that they wanted to do such a nice thing. There was a need for kind of like social proof that this person actually was who they were. And so through the process of basically reaching out, calling, getting more social context about what she was up to, what was going on, and then after that, realizing that she's probably legitimate, and then doing a podcast with her, I think was a way to kind of share, therefore, to a larger audience that, hey, this person is legitimate, there's legitimacy in what they're doing, and we release a podcast in order to help promote the actual endeavor. And so this is like a really interesting kind of like moments for me to kind of like think about how a lot of people wanted to have solidarity. They wanted to use crypto in order to help people get out of Gaza. But there was this intense fear. For example, my friend just don't want to make sure it's not some advanced rug pull. People did at the same time in such situations know that it very much could be a scam because that is something that people do. And so I found this really interesting paper in my research from this guy named Robert Gooden, where he kind of looks into anonymous solidarity in social movements. So he specifically, the kind of like biggest example of things like this is the Guy Fawkes mask, which signifies, in his paper, he says, not only solidarity, that we are as one, but also multiplicity, that we are many, and as well as interchangeability of each for the other. So for every one of us who falls, 10 more will take our place. And so he talks about how like anonymous and this Guy Fawkes mask was this like really, really interesting symbol for people to take part in and to be able to like express solidarity while also keeping a level of anonymity by taking part in social movements. And so I think it was really funny because he also mentioned in the paper Solidarity Forever. I don't know if you guys know that song. A classic anthem for a lot of labor unions that they will sing at their protests and whatever else. There is, I think it was a really interesting kind of like, collective action frame that he says for thinking about using the labor union movement as like a way to use collectivity to actually protect the individual while also respecting individuality by expressing solidarity. And so, yeah, this was like a really interesting paper. I think people should check it out. He also mentions things like people want to be a part of social movements if they feel that they are going to win, if they feel like they are popular and people will be a part of it. But yeah, so I think like if we look at, for example, I think these were the protests, Jesus. If we look at the protests in Hong Kong, for example, the Guy Fawkes mask was used a lot as a way to express solidarity with the movement while also respecting or trying to protect one's identity at the same time. And then you can see kind of other versions of this that have already happened in indigenous movements in Mexico. So in Chiapas, you have the EZLN, the Zapatistas, where they all wear black face masks whenever they are interacting with one another. So there's a group of many different indigenous groups that come together and that want to express self-determination. They don't want to be a part of the Mexican state. And as part of that, they wear these black masks so that they can show that everyone is sort of equal in many ways, but also that they are expressing solidarity by doing so. So there is kind of like this precedence in social movements, especially in ones with high adversariety, with indigenous groups in Mexico that I think is really interesting. So yeah, so I think that like, you know, if we want to take, you know, crypto to the next level, in the sense that to become an actual tool for social movements, I think we have to move past a little bit this liberal mindset of how fascism actually happens, thinking that we can simply vote it all away, thinking that if we simply vote for the non-fascist party, therefore we are anti-fascist. But actually it takes, I think, a whole lot more than that, a much more proactive approach, and that we need to think about supporting actual social movements that are the bulwark against rising fascisms in various countries. And so, yeah, so for me, like, usually in crypto, anonymity is wrapped with this idea of, like, free market fundamentalism, of, like, anonymous free markets. And while I think there are various situations in which maybe that is very useful, or maybe especially in for those who take part in social movements, we also need international solidarity. We need, like, a movement where people can take part and be a part in, that isn't simply mediated by consumerism, isn't simply mediated by exchange, but is instead mediated also with solidarity across various groups, across various like social movements and whatever else. And so, yeah, that was my presentation. I have a bunch of books in my backpack. I wrote a book called Blockchain Radicals: How Capitalism Ruined Crypto and How to Fix It. That came out this past August, so if you would like one, come up to me quick. And then this Saturday, I have a launch event for another project called Bread Chain Cooperative that I run with a couple of my friends. We're having an event at Moose, over by Trep Tower Park. If you want to come down, the event starts at 3 p.m. You can find more information on the Berlin Blockchain Week side events or whatever else. And yeah, that's it.
Maybe there will be one question too, because the song was so hilarious that there should be a question to this. Wonderful. You can shout, scream, please. Okay. One second. I'm not sure. One. That's right.
Thank you. So I don't know if you've...
Here, Josh. Go.
So I don't know if you've been involved in social movements where they send in like actual, human intelligence, deep cover people. And if you do, you're probably aware that it has an incredibly corrosive effect on trust, kind of psychologically. So, I mean, that's probably why you felt the need to check out this person that's raising ETH for Gaza. So you raised the problem. It's an incredibly hard problem. Like, game theoretically, if one side is whatever, the powers that be, and the other side is fighting them, it's a great strategy. It's like a cheap strategy to kind of partially disable like the people on the other side. Do you have any suggestions how that would work in the much less frictionless world of online? Like defending yourself against that, or strategies for it.
Test. Oh, so you're saying how that may change with the increase of like the use of digital systems? Is that what you mean? Like frictionless? Is that what you mean?
So I guess I'm working on the assumption that it makes it even harder because the costs for them are reduced and the costs for us are increased. So yeah, what to do?
I think like it's really tough to say. I mean, for me, it is sort of like personally knowing the person physically is definitely for me like a big bump in trust than like purely digitally. Like knowing what this person looks like, knowing what they're like interested in. There's like that, but then there is of course the tension of like, I mean, there's like so many factors involved with the digital. It's sort of like you don't really know how surveilled you are until afterwards when they show you how surveilled you were in the court case or something like that. So I mean, that's a very, very difficult question. I think in part is basically, I mean, for me, like we should have been, not to take away anyone's efforts who has probably been doing that, who may be in the room, but like we should have been building our own technical infrastructure decades ago that is separate from the kind of corporate big tech one that we have today. Like if anyone asks Facebook for data and information, like, and you are in an activist setting, like they're going to give it, like we simply don't have yet the infrastructure that I think, plenty of people are building out more now. And there is there's this contradiction of like improvements in technology and like privacy that makes it also easier for us to take and like jam into something else with a different type of logic than just like corporate profit maximizing logic, that then I think we can kind of like ultimately I think that's like what we have to do. Like if we want to have like much more security, we simply have to build our own infrastructure. And that's like a very hard thing to do. I'm not saying that's like, that's it, just make it. Yeah, and there's a lot of them. I think it's like, many different things.
Josh, talking about infrastructure, there's a next debate on it. And the dialogue, I would rather say. Thanks a lot for coming. Books, I would say. And he's still around, especially in Berlin.
Yeah.
We're continuing, and Julio, where are you? I cannot see you. You're there. Come on stage. Julio is the moderator of the next dialogue. Jaya from NIM, Sebastian from Hopper. This dialogue originated from Liji's idea, like, let's talk about infrastructure, and let's put people on stage who can build constructive dialogue in times of constant challenges. And Julio is a nice moderator. And I would say somehow we have another writer in our room, and Julio's book will be published the next year, Decolonizing Money or Decolonize Money? Decolonizing Money, looking forward. Julio spent lots of time with David Graeber, that I personally super love, and it will be interesting to see how Graeber's ideas continue in our life. And let's talk about infrastructure. Let's talk about how infrastructural projects enable tangible products, and what are the sustainable challenges we see in the future. So first, I forgot one smallish thing. It's kind of hybrid format. If someone would want to show something, like kind of like 5 slides, we can do experimental way. We don't need to be this kind of like, no? You're all right. You're right. Super. We're super right. How much time do we have in total? Half an hour, more or less.
Thank you. So first of all, I want everyone to stand up for like a few seconds just to move a bit the body. We're going to mix a bit our pelvis and our back a bit. So try to like move a bit in circles. Just try to like mix the tension in your bodies, the traffic that's going on through your brains, through your nervous systems.
Thank you, Julia.
I've heard people going to ZK conferences and talking about MPC and things like that. So let's try to bring it a bit to the body and just, so maybe jump a bit if you need it. Check it off. Nice, thank you so much. So welcome everyone to this panel. I'm very happy to be here with 2 very great people who are working on MixNet. I believe this is probably one of the first times that 2 MixNet projects meet. There are not so many. I wish a person from this space could be here. His name is Leaf. He runs a project called Cuts and Post as well. Leaf, if you're here, maybe come. He's probably downstairs smoking somewhere. First of all, I would like you both to introduce yourselves. Who you are, what are your interests, and what are the projects that you're working on. And then we can move on into what is a MixNet. Jaya first?
Sure. So my name is Jaya, and I have the kind of very fancy title of Chief Strategy Officer at NIM. But all that really means is I work very closely with our core developer team to how to kind of like relate the deep technical work that they're doing to the external world. And that involves a lot of work across, I lead the ecosystem team that grows our network of operators. I lead the communications and marketing team for the time being, and a number of other projects in the company. My personal background is a little bit of a mixed bag. Like, let's say, theoretically speaking, from the realm of digital geography. I've been kind of thinking and writing and doing research and doing bits and pieces of technology projects for a couple of decades now that all focus on power, effectively. And to me right now, privacy is one of the main levers to shift dynamics of power in the world. Privacy technology that especially combines, clear thinking around economics can do that even more effectively. Why? Because surveillance is not just a technical problem, it is also an economic problem when we're facing a surveillance business model that runs the internet. So that's why I'm here. That's why I'm very, passionate and excited to be working on the NIM project. And I think mixed nets in general are going to become increasingly important because we're not just looking at traditional surveillance, we're looking at much more kind of fine-grained surveillance that's driven by machine learning. And machine learning looks at not so much your data, really, but your metadata. So this is the kind of realm that I'm working on. Over to you, Sebastian.
Thank you, yeah. So I'm Sebastian. I'm founder of Hopper. It's also a MixNet project that I've been working on for the past 4 years. Have been working another 5 years, I think, in the crypto space before that. Been basically active in the space since Ethereum launched, which absolutely changed my life. Like, it's something that was like absolutely mesmerizing to me. And Ethereum originally was pitched kind of as this world computer, which I thought was very sci-fi. And Ethereum had actually a way to send data that was called Whisper that kind of moved a little bit more in the background. And I find that very sad because I thought, hey, actually having this entire technology stack properly decentralized is something that makes a lot of sense to me. Have resilient technologies that we can build stuff on. Because another experience that I made was working in a startup that was a fintech. And my conclusion from 1 year of fintech was this is absolutely broken. This does not work. This is not innovation. And everybody stands in your way. So Permissionless innovation is something that resonates very strongly with me. And yeah, I saw absence of a go-to solution to send data privately as something that should be built. And that's, yeah, how we started Hopper.
Nice. So just a show of hands, who here knows what a mixnet is? Okay. But there is still, like, I would say 30% hands don't know. So I would say maybe let's start from the basics. Let's maybe have a trialogue between us three. What is a mixnet? How is it different from, let's say, something like a VPN? At what level of the stack, of the technical stack of the internet does it work? And you mentioned metadata, you mentioned power, you mentioned permissionless innovation. How are these things woven together in the mixnets that you're doing?
Sure. So let's see. A mixnet is different to a traditional VPN in the sense that instead of just routing your traffic through, some service somewhere, which effectively just moves the trust from, you trusting your ISP provider to you trusting your VPN provider. What a mixnet does is it routes your traffic through several hops and not just does the routing, but actually mixes your traffic with other people's traffic. So what that does is effectively it obscures the patterns of communication and obscures the metadata of communication, which means that if someone's watching the network, even if they're analyzing the let's say the patterns of packets routing through the network, they're unable to actually trace a packet from the sender to the receiver. So this provides, unlinkability. It provides a number of privacy properties, and it's going to become increasingly important moving into the future.
Yeah, I think that was pretty excellent. I have nothing to add to that. I would take the second part of the question then, like how do you use that and how does it connect to stuff? So computers are pretty stupid and don't do much, right? So back in the days, when people started coming up with a thing that's called the internet now, computers didn't speak the language of the internet, and you needed to install something, even in, I think, the earlier versions of Windows, that taught your computer to speak that language called TCP/IP, which is basically just a protocol to send data from A to B. Now, computers speak that language, which is great. Now, there's other languages living on top of that, such as, HTTP, which now you don't even have to type in a browser anymore. I think the next generation might not even know what HTTP is. So, and basically, this was great technology that was invented to send data from A to B, but it was not built with privacy in mind. So now we basically can make this happen at various layers in the stack, building this mixnet that we just heard about to basically inject privacy into this stack, to be able to access digital services and communicate with other parties without leaking metadata across your internet service provider, cloud providers, autonomous system providers. And yeah, I think that's very important. I guess we'll get later into the why and so on. Yeah.
Thank you. Show of hands. Is it clear what a mixnet is now? Yeah? Okay, so not so clear. So, okay, hopefully throughout the panel we will make it clear. So one key point that I think I want to bring out from what both of our speakers said is that what a mixnet does is that it allows you to actually hide not just the data, but the metadata. So the data about the data that you're using on the internet, which is something that most privacy technology does not do, and that's the key innovation. Now, when I look at Hopper and NIM, there is a movement, let's say, of going from protocol now to a product strategy where you're focusing on actually providing a VPN. So for Hopper, I believe it's called the Gnosis VPN, and for NIM is the NIM VPN. Can you maybe say, why are you choosing this product strategy, and then, why call it a VPN when you have a mixnet on the back end?
I'll let you go first this time.
All right. So why did we do this? Because, so we had conversations with Gnosis, and Gnosis is pretty interested in a VPN. So for the ones who don't know Gnosis, it's a kind of decentralized technologies ecosystem that builds a bunch of fantastic things, such as the most secure way to store your money, such as the most uncheatable way of trading your money for another asset called CalSwap, and Yeah, so basically a VPN connects well to this stack of products that are all very much trying to be censorship resistant and self-custodial. And they understand that all of that doesn't make much sense when there's people and companies out there which can trace everything you do out there. Like I sometimes say, decentralization is great, but decentralization basically just allows for much more and much worse data harvesting than even Facebook, okay? Facebook is great compared to blockchains. Yeah, so I want to say that again for the people in the back, Facebook is fantastic compared to public blockchains. Yeah, so we really need to work much harder on privacy across the entire technology stack if we want any sort of truly decentralized technology to become a reality. And so that's why in this Gnosis context, we want to help them provide exactly that. So we want you to be able to access any sort of decentralized services without in between there being many companies, actually. It's not just state actors. Like many times I think in the traditional literature, people talked about state actors and like, what if the US goes rogue? Well, that's already happened. So, but now there's all these companies. It's not just US companies, it's multinational companies that run the internet, that run the infrastructure that our society rests on. And these are the actors that are increasingly powerful, that increasingly see data and connection metadata, like, me talking to you, and infer information from that. And that needs to be protected, that needs to be made available to normal users. VPNs is something that's kind of doable. You install something on your laptop, and you don't need to understand stuff, but from that point, your computer speaks the language that is privacy respecting and allows anonymous routing. And yeah, Mixnet is the thing under the hood that makes that magic happen. That's my attempt at making these things fit together.
Yeah, so first of all, I completely agree. Like, I think it's important to kind of hammer in the point that blockchains are terrible for privacy, generally speaking. And, the kind of another major reason for that is, you don't just have kind of user data that's out on the clear net. What happens is you've got like infrastructure data that's out on the clear net, right? And that opens up a whole other set of vulnerabilities that are quite unique to the blockchain space. And that's maybe something that we can go into after, actually. But that's not the primary reason that we're doing a NIM VPN. The reason why we're launching NIM VPN is because we want mixed-nets into the hands of ordinary people as fast as possible. And when you look at the actual VPN market, it's absolutely huge. A lot of people are using VPNs, and many more people are increasingly using VPNs. And quite a few of them actually assume that VPNs protect their privacy. But a large part of the VPN industry are scumbags, to put it mildly. Especially free VPNs. Many times they actually harvest user data and sell it on. So VPNs are not just like bad for privacy; they're terrible for privacy. So this is one of the reasons why we're launching a VPN, is to enter that market and radically disrupt it.
Very interesting. So when I look at something like Tor, some friend called, if you see how Tor is funded, a lot of the funding comes from the US military, which is kind of a contradiction in terms. And since you mentioned now the US going rogue many times, Sebastian, I wonder how do you imagine mixnets becoming economically sustainable, economically viable, so that you don't have to depend neither on corporations, big corporations, and also things like the US government?
Yeah, I think this is actually, sometimes people ask me, like, why haven't mixnets actually happened, right? And there's a number of reasons, but I think one important one is that it's about incentives. If you want to run something at internet scale, let's think about what runs at internet scale is AWS, right? Yes, it's centralized. Amazon Web Services is centralized. Would Jeff Bezos have, put up computing centers with thousands and thousands of computers if we had the expectations that compute is free? That's ridiculous, right? They wouldn't. So I think mixnets and some of that infrastructure hasn't happened because there were no incentives. Now, I think with public settlement layers of financial value that some people call blockchains, we do have that. Like, how would you have paid for any sort of decentralized service providers before? PayPal? Send cash in like an envelope? And funnily enough, some people tried that, right? So that's, I think, what when Telegram was blocked, they had kind of this funny cat and mouse game and had to incentivize people to spin up servers. So that's really a mess. And actually, public settlement layers such as blockchains and related stuff is actually pretty cool for that. So, I think this is fantastic. So how does that happen? We now have decentralized technologies. We had that a long time, obviously, right? But now we have decentralized technologies that can be combined with money to incentivize anonymously people who run that infrastructure without going through approved and, state-consented channels. And I find it amazing.
Yeah, this is like a really great ping pong because we can just add on each other's points. So yes, all of the above. I don't know, I think there's a few interesting things to talk about in the context of privacy tech and crypto, because I don't know what your experience is or the rest of the people in this space, but typically speaking, a lot of people in the kind of privacy tech space are quite skeptical of crypto for a lot of good reasons. Let me say cryptocurrency, because just using the term crypto obviously pisses them off when you're talking about tokens. And I think what's interesting and unique about tokens is that they do several different things, right? This isn't money, this is tokens, and it does something slightly different to money. There's a value element to it, but there's actually also a technical element to it, right? So when we're talking about decentralized mixnets, what the token actually allows for is a decentralized directory authority. So what that means is that you can have a permissionless open infrastructure, and what governs the inclusion in the directory authority are the tokens. So we see here a kind of actually a very neat technical problem that's solved through tokens that includes an element of economics, because there's a certain kind of Sybil resistance to that, and it of course also includes the incentive element. So this is an argument that I like to bring to kind of the privacy hardcore spaces. I'm sure this is a much more friendly argument or friendly audience, but I think it's a point that's worth making. And then in terms of economic sustainability overall, like I said earlier, when you're looking at the VPN market, it is a very large market. So what we're really trying to do also by entering that market is to close the economic loop here. So, so far we've had a bootstrapping mechanism, which is the mix mining pool in the case of NIM, which has been bootstrapping our community of operators to set up their nodes and kind of get the kind of operations up to scratch and really kind of functioning well. But that bootstrapping mechanism tails off, in time with adoption of the mixnet, initially via the NIM VPN through paid usage. So we're looking at a kind of virtuous cycle here where operators, get increasing rewards from real users. So,
can you clarify this point? So you're saying that NIM works in a way where you have paid, basically mix nodes. That's how you call them. That are providing the infrastructure and are getting paid for it in the NIM token, but then at the same time you're going to have paid subscribers for the VPN. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I wanted to add some point to it. Like this crypto networks, what they allowed us or what they brought us is atomicity, right? And just as a super small, example for that, there's been like a hilarious, I think it was like over $100 million transaction in Germany of a fantastic bank that made a fantastic investment. It was actually a swap. Now, the swap is you send a couple of $100 million somewhere and you get some other stuff back, and you do it all the time and you make a little bit of money. Now, there was one issue. The counterparty was called Lehman. And Lehman, yeah, the bank. Now, and that bank was bankrupt in that moment. So all that money went down the drain. It was a lot of money. So that's an example of a transaction which is not atomic, right? It can happen that only half the stuff you expect to happen really does happen. That's really, really bad. Now, what we have on blockchains is either the entire thing happens or nothing happens because everything gets rolled back. So if you buy yourself $100 million of some shitcoin on Uniswap, you can be guaranteed that this whole thing goes through, but you're certainly not going to lose $100 million. Now, in terms of mixnets, what this brought to us, and this is kind of the incentives of Hopper, is not swapping a shitcoin for another shitcoin, but it's basically to pay money which is atomically coupled to the underlying network utility, which is forwarding data packets privately. So we call this, it's a little bit similar to what NIM does. We call it proof of relay. So you relay data, and with the acknowledgement, you can couple that to a payment. And that's what I find very cool, because such features allow you to do that trustlessly in a decentralized world.
Thank you. So just for a bit of context, so recently the US government has sent some letters to crypto companies such as Uniswap and also Consensus in the US. There is a largely growing concern that the US interventionism into the crypto space will break the promise of censorship resistance. How do mixnets support that promise of blockchains, of that early sort of cyberpunk promise of censorship resistance? And then a second question, I want to move in a bit into AI, because I know Harry is talking a lot about how the mixnets help to counter AI risk. So, yeah.
Censorship is a big topic, and it's going to become an increasingly big topic. There's a couple different angles to that question. Like, first of all, there's like the question of access, which is an ongoing R&D topic. Like, the question of like whether mixnets are censored, for example, is something that our R&D team is constantly looking at and observing, and working with our communities around the world to keep checking. Because it's a bit of a cat and mouse game. So anyone who actually builds tech that attempts to be censorship resistant in a real way, it really is cat and mouse, because people are kind of like watching and developing new techniques all the time. But the other question that you mentioned when it comes to the censorship resistance in the crypto space, this is where I think it's interesting to talk a bit about validator privacy, for example, and much more kind of like targeted censorship that has to do with let's say having information that puts you in a position where you become a target for law enforcers. And that's what we see increasingly on the kind of like validator and company side, is that when you actually hold data, you become a target for law enforcement, whether you like it or not. And so, and you have to comply. It's very hard to not, and we're seeing the consequences of that. So really, the best strategy to my mind here is data minimization. And this is why strong privacy protection becomes so important, because you want to minimize the amount of data that you actually hold in order to mitigate that risk on a business level, basically, and also to make sure that you can make good on the promises to your users and make good of the promises of the industry overall, which was one of the core promises of, blockchain from the early days, was censorship resistance. So, but just like privacy, we actually see that blockchains are terrible for censorship resistance because they're not private. So that's a major problem that we need to solve, and that we're looking into doing. So yeah, both like validator privacy is super important. Privacy between full nodes and light clients. Traffic that's flowing between wallets and chains, and of course like the entire network layer. Let's say. Yeah,
I think there is. To add to that, I think there's this relatively unreflected statement of data is the new gold. For whom is that gold exactly? Well, not for the individual, right? So data is actually the new nuclear waste. And we have to get rid of nuclear waste, right? And how do you do that? Well, you do that by strong privacy tech. So yeah, basically it doesn't help you if you have powerful technologies, if somebody observes everything you do. And of course, people can always shut something off. Worst case, people can, and for example, nation states can switch off the internet. And yes, that does happen, even if it sounds crazy. So I think it starts with the observability, and the observability of interactions between parties is a very important one in there. If you remove that, you remove a lot of observability, and therefore, shut down ability, and that's good.
So thank you for that response. Maybe just to ask again the question about AI risk and mixnets. What are the relationships there? How do you see mixnets supporting, let's say, minimizing the risk of AI, if at all? I heard the argument at a dinner some days ago that some people were arguing that, oh, crypto plus AI, that's great. And someone said, actually, no, that would probably be bad for humanity. If you have a censorship-resistant system that's running on an AI, that's a problem, some people argue. How do mixnets enter into this?
So I could go super philosophical on this question. Because it actually runs really deep, right? Yeah, there's a philosophical element, there's a technical element, there's a political economy element. But the way that I like to think about it is like to kind of take a step back and look at the entire data pipeline, right? And try to understand, how AI came about in the first place. I was at an event just yesterday in Paris with Meredith Whittaker, president of Signal, who's been very outspoken on this and talks a lot about AI as a surveillance derivative, which is, literally the case, and it's such a good way to put it, because, AI is the kind of, or AI as we see it in terms of large language models, is literally the result of, a bit over a decade of continuous mass surveillance and, basically stealing everybody's content and information online in order to feed into these models. So where does privacy tech come into it? Privacy tech comes into it as a kind of literal blockade of that, right? It's a way to say, like, no, you can't just steal all this data. In fact, data shouldn't be something that's just out there for anybody to grab in that sort of a way. It should be something that is like rarely created in the first place, in fact. And when it is created, it should be created with a very specific use in mind that is for the social good and for the benefit of a particular group of people. And only then can it actually be meaningful to feed it into some sort of model in order to see whether it can kind of help with a specific use case. But the way that we see it at the moment is, it's one big, it's a massive theft, and it's based on surveillance, and it's going to be used in turn for increasingly fine-grained forms of targeting and surveillance as well. And so, like, privacy tech kind of enters in on both ends of the data pipeline, let's say, both as a kind of blockade in the kind of development of malicious and kind of, AI that harms society, like, from the start, and then all the way through to, at the other end, in the actual implementation of AI-driven surveillance. Mixnets in particular are likely going to be quite good protection for that, because AI relies so heavily on, or machine learning, is very good at analyzing metadata, right? So the chief scientist at NIM, Claudia Diaz, she likes to call metadata the food for machines. And why is that? It's because it's highly structured, and it's talking about patterns rather than the kind of like soft, mushy stuff that we like to talk about between humans. It's much more kind of like, it's much more kind of easy for machines to digest. And so, protecting the metadata is going to be increasingly important for protecting, fundamental human rights in the age of when AI starts to be integrated into harmful technologies by, effectively, military, because that's, military and policing is like one of the kind of major areas where we're seeing that roll out. So, yeah, I think privacy-preserving technologies in general are super important. Mixed nets are particularly important exactly because they obscure patterns, right? So they add noise to the signal that machine learning algorithms are trying to surface. Yeah.
Yeah, that was very deep. I am a simple engineer and not an AI, so I don't have too much to add to that. But I would say, to me, it can go either way, right? It can go Skynet. It can go that we use privacy technologies to fight back against the machines. And I generally believe in a good prevailing over the evil, just because I think most evil people are just stupid. And, if temporarily there is some evil people who are in power, we will use and we will rely on strong privacy technologies to have less data getting captured and used against us. And I'm, very much happy to work on that. And specifically, like we heard a few times, how already without AI, developers get prosecuted. I'm very happy to contribute to technologies that will help individuals to stay free.
I think there's another point to add around AI and mixed nets in particular that I like to kind of think about, which is the relationship between the collective and the individual. So, like, what machine learning likes to do is kind of surface differences, right, in order to kind of like categorize and target specific areas, or like let's say uses probabilities in order to surface like what's going to happen next, but by cutting away the bits that don't matter, which means it's categorizing all the time, whether it's the next pixel or the movement of a person or whatever. And so there is like something about the kind of that fine-grained categorization and profiling that's inherent in, artificial intelligence, which is, quite stifling in a way, right? It's both capturing of like, the idea of like a future with free will, and it's capturing of like the individual. You become kind of like boxed into specific like categories. What's interesting about mixed nets is it does the inverse, right? It kind of like, it adds noise to the signal, it collectivizes things. So the way the NIM mixed net works is anybody that's using the mixed net, their traffic becomes cover traffic for everybody else, right? So it's a collective effort. And in fact, the more people use it, the stronger it becomes. And so you have this like collective adding of like noise and refusal of closure and categorization that I think is like quite poetic on a deeper level as well.
Beautiful. So maybe to bring it down to more the concrete, what are some of the applications that you're excited about that could be implemented with a mixnet? I remember Lee from Cuts and Posts told me once that mixnet applications are basically have to be designed with the mixnet. You cannot have some sort of application that is sort of independent from a mixnet. It kind of has to be embedded within the mixnet. So you're saying anonymity loves company. So what are the applications that you're excited about?
I'll let you go first.
Yeah. So the difficult part is I don't know exactly, but I know it cannot be just trying to mimic the Web 2. So in this kind of crypto financial space, I see a lot of people who are going to, we will decentralize Twitter. Like, where the fuck do you think that's going to converge on? Well, we have to make faster transactions. We have to get faster finality. We have to get, higher throughput. Well, where do you think that's going to converge on? AWS, right? So I think the really tricky part, and that's why I can't really give you a specific answer, is we have to rethink kind of how humans interact. And I do not think that the current answer of the Web 2 is what it should be, because that is drawn to maximize profit for ever bigger mega corporations. We have to rethink how humans interact and then use novel technologies for that. Because guess what? Mixed nets are pretty crap compared to how you interact with Netflix today. Guess what? Blockchains are actually pretty crap compared to how you interact with your credit card or PayPal today. Guess what? Even Uniswap is actually pretty crap compared to how the New York Stock Exchange works. So we have the opportunity to now build some absolutely novel interactions that were not possible so far. So if we're limited to what many people do, and that's, I don't blame them, that's simply how we work. We try to mimic something that we like. We're tricked to like Twitter, so we try to improve Twitter. Well, that's going to fail. And, still some people are going to raise good VC money for it. And then hopefully my silver lining, again, positive thinking is some of that will go into technology that makes sense in order to allow us to build applications, not in the next 3 years. It's going to take us more 5 to 15 years that actually, maybe make a dent.
Yeah, I mean, mixed nets, there's throughput and latency issues. A lot of those, are being improved quite quickly through R&D. So we're seeing a lot of like improvements in scalability and so on at NIM. So, I agree that hopefully we can get to some like pretty wild use cases coming out of mixed nets. I think like it would be great to see, what people can come up with. But I do think in the meantime, there are some like immediate problems that are, definitely worth solving. So we've already talked a little bit about the VPN industry. And, we've talked a little bit about kind of validator privacy in the context of the Web3 industry. So, those are kind of like immediate use cases that I think like are, absolutely like on the horizon. Yeah, and just, yeah.
Maybe last question. Do you have any question for each other?
You got us in a tough one.
Yeah.
So, what do I want to know from Jaya? So, on the NIM side, is NIM chain going to be smart contract enabled more than a mixnet, or is NIM chain just going to stay in your, mixnet thing?
That's a very good question. We actually don't have a NIM chain per se. Our chain is called Nix. It's a Cosmos SDK chain, and right now it is absolutely servicing the mixnet. Whether it's going to become, something in its own right is a little bit of an unknown question right now. Our main focus is absolutely on the mixnet and mixnet adoption for the time being. Yep. My question for you would be, what else are you getting up to for Berlin Blockchain Week?
So I'm going to shell my, thank you, Jaya. I'm going to shell my talk tomorrow at DAppCon, which is just across the river, talking about Gnosis VPN. And I have a surprise on visualizing some things, how you might get fingerprinted on the supposedly Web3 that you haven't thought about. For the ones who are not there, I'll also tweet about it later. Thank you.
So one last thing as well, if you're interested in more local first peer-to-peer protocols, there's also a peer-for-peer on conference happening at offline. You can look up offline.place. If you're critical about the blockchain world and want to look for other type of protocols, you can come on the weekend. It's going to happen. It's all self-organized. There is no panels. There is no plan. People can come and self-organize. I want to thank the speakers for. Is there time for questions from the audience?
We can do 2 questions. I mean, we are a bit democratic in that sense. Freedom to the people. Any questions? Hey, Mixnet deserves some questions. Oh, here we go. The whole Seabase is a Mixnet.
What are the biggest research challenges in mixnet design? What are the biggest research challenges in mixnet design?
The biggest in general in the field is I guess it's hard to speak on behalf of everyone else, but I can say what our main focuses are for the next few months in the R&D front. Is censorship resistance and improving latency and throughput of the mixnet. So we're looking at kind of new forms of packet formats and that sort of thing to speed up the whole mixnet. Usability is honestly our #1 priority. This needs to be usable for people, and those are kind of the 2 main challenges in terms of usability. Really, is speed, throughput, and then censorship to make sure that it's getting in the hands of the people that actually need it the most.
Is there an inherent trade-off between latency and privacy?
That's a very good question. Maybe one for a drink afterwards, because it's quite detailed.
Yeah, so I would add one that is not limited to mixnets, but that's a real issue is bootstrapping and eclipse resistance. I think most people try to trick that somehow, for example, by diverting it to another system. That's what we do. It's called a blockchain. And that's one of the reasons why we don't run our own, because we're a small team and there's others that are addressing that. As we've heard, the so-called anonymity trilemma, making useful trade-offs there between strong anonymity, low latency, and low bandwidth overhead. Making application-specific smart trade-offs there. And I would say the third one is, which is kind of new compared to mixnet literature, is this whole incentive part, right? So incentives are great, but compared to the history of mixnet literature, that's not really been in a whole lot of studies of cryptographic or cryptoeconomic security. That will be very interesting to see in the next decade or so, I guess.
Thank you.
Is there like a known number of nodes that somebody would have to control to be able to sort of figure out something within the mixnet?
Yes, but it's kind of, so to kind of try and explain a little bit at least how the NIM mixnet works. You know, when you look at the ability to construct a malicious path, let's say, through the mixnet, it is pretty difficult because what we've got 3 layers of nodes, and each layer has, you know, a lot of different nodes. Each packet gets sent through a different route on each layer. So even if you're able to construct one full route that's malicious, all you actually are able to find out is the route of one single packet. So in order to understand like enough packets to actually reconstruct the full message would be extremely challenging. So yeah, I don't have an exact number for you, but it's a lot, yeah.
I guess the annoying answer is always, you know, it depends what you're after. And a little bit like Jay suggested, if you would just want to find out I'm talking to you, and you know you have tough luck, no matter if it's like NIM or Hopper, it's the same thing. You could just be unlucky that, you know, this first, second, and third node, let's say it's a root of 3 nodes, were controlled by an adversary. Well, you know, you're fucked. So, but what do they learn? They just learn that I and you were exchanging one data packet. Right, so then, you know, the question is that an issue? And what can we do beyond that?
Thank you. So Jaya, you said at the start that that NIM's plan is to get the MixNet VPN into the hands of people as fast as possible. You seem to emphasize that. I suspect I know why that is. But would you like to say more, or either of you, if you have the same plan, would you like to say more about why that is and like what you know, how you foresaw it, projected it out?
Yeah, I mean, well, I can give a very vague answer, which is basically I think we all know that geopolitically things are heating up a lot. And so, you know, the security problems that ordinary people are going to be facing are going to be increasing quite a lot. And so, yeah, having, you know, basic security on that front for ordinary people, especially as they go about, you know, trying to resist increasing authoritarian regimes is pretty important, so.
Okay, that wasn't what I expected. I thought you were saying because if we don't do it quickly, they'll stop us.
That what?
I thought you were going to say if we don't do it quickly, they'll stop us.
Ah, right. Yeah, well, yeah, there is always the risk that they're going to try and stop us. Let's say it's not so much like launching the VPN quickly that solves that. It's decentralizing, you know, certain aspects quickly that kind of solves that. Make sure that the technology kind of can carry on.
Let's give a big round of applause for our speakers. Thank you, Jaya. Thank you, Sebastian.
And a small, but, or maybe loud round of applause for Julio. Talk with Julio about co-op, electronic money, collaboration, migration, decolonizing money. The next speaker will be Stellar Magnet. Oh, bottles everywhere. Stellar Magnet from Black Sky Society and also contributor to Radical. And what's interesting, we again rhyme Afri's talk on collectives because here we have one more collective represented on stage. And there are many commonalities between those collectives, although maybe their goals, the representation, the vibe, the culture could be different. No, go. You will have some time to connect and stuff like that. Hey, you have a fun base. You can do it. Oh, there's Type C. And also regarding to previous talk, we are happy to see that privacy players talk to each other. Wait a second. Yeah, here you go.
Is there? Simply building the future of. Okay, doesn't really play. Hello. I was going to play a little audio, but it's not coming through the speakers, so. Oh. Oh, I have to update the settings. Okay, 1 second. Sound. Okay, all right.
We are simply building the future of. That approach is rooted in outdated metaphysics. We exist in the past, in the present, in the future, in the space-time continuum, in the present moment. We build toward the future timeline that is the better one. One where we live in a more free society. We intuit there exists a timeline where privacy, peace, and freedom coexist. We transcribe its eternal forms into mathematical equations and geometries, so the wave functions are more clear. We intuit that timeline and collapse its wave functions, so that becomes our reality ranch. It is this longing that drives us, and a glimpse of a feeling that makes us believe that it is possible. Regardless of the status quo that tries so deeply to maintain itself. We will help facilitate a remembering of this. A remembering of this memory for others. We will reach into the depths of the unknown, the encrypted parts of our consciousness, and better describe what it embodies, what it feels like, and tastes like, to carve out a way to activate others into this timeline, into this feeling, into this remembrance. The past, present, future reality of a free society feels ever so close, yet ever so far as well. Yet we are metaphysical architects. We hack the matrix of sub-quantum reality and re-engineer space-time to accelerate towards better futures. We are Black Sky Society.
Okay, I wanted to just play that intro first to give some context for Black Sky Society, which is the crew that has been doing the metaphysical architecture for the post-web. Basically the way that Black Sky Society works is we're a society that's organized into 6 topics. And over the past year or so, we've been most focused on the post-web topic, which is going to be the focus of this presentation today. But yeah, there are many more, because the reason that we want something like a post-web is to create a knowledge-centered societies. So there are all these different topics that we're interested in. And the society is organized around 6 tenets. And we expect that, people that want to particularly participate or contribute to Black Sky Society, they would be aligned around these tenets. But for example, when we launch an initiative like the Post Web, we don't see it as something that we are going to be fully owning and controlling. We want other organizations to be a part of it that, might have slightly different tenets or principles, but that's okay, as long as we can align around the Post Web and those principles. So, this presentation is just going to be me showing a lot of different websites, because a lot of this was just done in the past week or so, and we were trying to get this together for this talk. And I also wanted to thank the Web3 Privacy Now initiative and folks for having us here. It was a bit of a funny story, actually, but maybe I'll save that for a rainy day. So, what is the Post Web? So if you go to our website, which is blackskysociety.network, and you click on this Access Zine, first of all, this zine, it's not hosted on the regular web. It's hosted using Radical right now, which is a project that I started contributing to in September of last year. Actually, that was after I invited Cloudhead to speak at one of our events that we were organizing in Paris, and we were starting to talk a lot and saw that there was a lot of value alignment and other things. But yeah, this isn't just hosted or distributed on Radical right now because I am a contributor there, but because I honestly believe in the technology a lot, and that's why I decided to become a longer-term contributor to the project. So I'm going to describe what the Post Web is. I'm going to read out these principles. Perhaps some of you may have heard it before, but if not, maybe this is your first time hearing it, because either way, we have not shared any videos of it on the internet, so this will be it. So what is Post Web? It is an emerging ecosystem-agnostic, research-oriented movement or initiative for the future of connectivity, of internet connectivity. There are various things that it prioritizes, because one of the reasons that basically Post-Web came along as a concept was because, just looking back at the development of Web3 over the past few years, there are some people in this room, perhaps, that might already align with these sorts of principles, but that is not the norm. That is not the norm of the Web3 ecosystem. Even though, in the beginning, there were some aspects of this, like censorship, resistance, and privacy, that were discussed, but it became, especially the privacy component, became put on the back burner a lot. But what happened over the past few years is all of these different blockchain ecosystems started to emerge, but they also, they're not all interoperable though. And that is a problem. So with Post-Web, we wanted to bring together interoperability as a principle, and also, I would say, privacy. I would say those are the two principles that sandwich this initiative. And then there's a lot of stuff in the middle that, it might be, I would say they're very important, but it's these two at the bottom and top that make the Post-Web something that is not so common, I would say. So we're creating these principles and releasing them because we want to see if it's possible for these ideas to become more common, these ideas to be more understood. So I'm going to read through the principles, and then we can talk a little bit more about how this can potentially be possible. So the first principle, privacy and security. privacy is upheld by minimizing unwanted exposure of data and metadata for individuals and organizations alike, ensuring end-to-end security. There are fine-grained information and data disclosure capabilities with the ability to control what, where, when, and to whom information is disclosed. Financial transactions are private by default. Remote services handle only encrypted content without access to sensitive details, such as user location. Then local first. Protocols and applications implement local first data access when feasible, enabling offline and asynchronous information access, especially for essential services such as communications and knowledge networks. Users can search and discover information on their devices within their communities and groups, as well as globally via privacy-preserving protocols that are connected from the bottom up and are interoperable. So the focus should be on designing robust tools that are effective in real-world local context before considering global standards and remote services. Autonomous identities. Organizations, individuals, and non-human agents alike can exercise full control over their identities and associated data. Context-dependent pseudonymous cryptographic systems are employed to establish privacy-preserving relationships without relying on biometric data or other personally identifiable information. While it is difficult to design a unified identity system, standards are in place to facilitate interoperability and portability across various identity systems. Organization rights portability. Organizations are recognized as unique digital entities that leverage interoperable permission models for encouraging organizational structures, roles, and access rights to enable efficient interactions and portable user rights across ecosystems of applications used by an organization. This emphasizes organizational agency where interconnected digital ecosystems are fostered and enabling organizations to adapt and self-regulate and thrive within a network ecology. Resilience. Adaptive synchronization protocols with built-in fault tolerance and recovery mechanisms will ensure connectivity even in the face of attacks and network disruptions. Additionally, protocols are scalable, capable of adapting to growing user bases and network demands, ensuring consistent performance. Protocols are designed to use resources efficiently, minimizing overhead and maximizing throughput. And then lastly, pluralistic interoperability. A diverse ecosystem of protocols, applications, and tools developed by various teams is essential. This is not there's not one common programming language, nor one common software stack. Hence, the use and exchange of multiple cryptocurrencies and data formats is facilitated by ensuring interoperability through common protocols, data formats, or transport layers. Community-driven funding and decision-making processes which distribute power across diverse stakeholders and jurisdictions is expected for the protocol commons, thereby enhancing the system's resilience and adaptability to evolving needs and priorities. So, sorry, no, like reading stuff out like that is a bit dry, but it's on video now, so. Okay, so that was a lot, but like I said, the last point is one of the most important ones, and also the first point, because right now, as we see, when it comes to privacy and that being something that is accepted as a system requirement, people are afraid. And if there's a minority in the ecosystem that are, tackling privacy, it's going to continue to be something that is challenging or difficult for those people. So, but if, for example, a large percentage of the Web3 industry transformed into being aligned around these principles and also having interoperability as a component of it, and from interoperability, I mean, something like beyond Cosmos' IBC. I think Anoma is one of the teams that's pushing forward this narrative of private bridging. So that sort of mentality and making that more the norm is what I think will allow us all to, better unite as a as a movement or like as a minority within the crypto ecosystem, where you know, the first step would be these becoming the norm within crypto, and then after that, perhaps, you know, the world at large will even see this system as something that they actually trust and want to be a part of, and it moves beyond, you know, how it has developed over the past few years to be more emulating how the development of startups in Silicon Valley works, where we see each other as competitors going after the same users or market share, and it just becomes this game of onboarding users and, you know, making sure we do that, making sure the token launches and it's valued well and become the next unicorn. Oh, we need $1 billion valuation protocol. It's like that. I think that started to become the thing that became programmed in people's minds. But I think we can update that programming and perhaps return to, you know, some of the original ideas that might have been what brought a lot of us here today, who have now become the minority of this space. So if we want these sort of ideas to become the majority, then we need to believe that it's possible. We need to figure out how it can be possible. We need to do the work. We need to do actual research. So PostWeb is a research-oriented initiative. We're not going out there and saying, we are launching a new blockchain, give us money so we can do our research, you know, in-house and maybe put it on our forum and hopefully people come there. We are saying that whenever you publish research in that way, each protocol has this sort of home turf advantage and this sort of way of how they're building the community to try to make that protocol the central point of the research. We are saying that actually that's the problem that is standing in the way of collaboration. So that research needs to go into a place that has no biases around what protocol it's a part of. And maybe by actually creating these technological foundations of research and knowledge sharing and these spaces that are as non-biased as possible, people will come in, people will share their research there, people will figure out how to reduce the duplication of efforts, people will sort out the largest challenge that exists, the largest technological, like this is, I think, one of the largest technological challenges of the world right now. And I don't think that we are making a good effort. We are not. So, but we can. We have a lot of these tools that already allow us to, for example, make a website like this, and it's not even hosted anywhere, but it's being distributed on, you know, 10 or 13 different nodes already, and I just, you know, hit the push button an hour ago. So it's like, here is a censorship-resistant website in some sense. Here, maybe Radical is not 100% post-web yet right now, but, you know, these tools are, we're developing so many important tools that can be connected and put together and make this collaboration process more smooth. It's like this is all a Git repository. You know, it can be replicated on other Git servers. It doesn't really matter. So yeah, we've published this post-web zine, and there's a full paper that opens up, you know, the principles and the reasoning behind it, which was sort of what I just went through without reading it. But what I was going to say is, oh yes, how do we do this? Okay, so there's this website, or this decentralized hosted website. And there's also this get involved link. So I have it open here. Okay, so basically, I want to explain some of the goals of a PostWeb, because we are trying to get grants funding for this initiative. Because, like I said, it's like, yeah, Black Sky Society, we are a society. We could go out there and like sell some fucking tokens like Praxis or whatever, but you know, we're not doing that yet. We don't like, you know, it's like, yeah, maybe that'll come in like 10 years when we've built the post web, but for now, let's just create the post web. Like, but if no one funds it, maybe we'll go fucking do a token, but so, you know, their backup plans will be like, nobody wanted to fund the post web, so we got forced to just create a token. Now we are building a blockchain and it'll be better than everyone else's. Okay, so so yeah, we're just trying to raise about between 175,000 to 220,000. If people want to give us more, that's great, because we could do a lot more. We could make sci-fi. We could do all this other fun stuff. But for right now, this is just focused on getting the basic research fundamentals funded. So, you know, the goals are something like establishing a post-web alliance, determining if we need a nonprofit, or how is the best way that this could be governed in a way that it doesn't have that much power. It's just, you know, serving as some coordination research sort of, you know, herders. And then create a research portal. So, you know, a lot of people, even like web3 privacy now, they're saying we are creating the L2 beat for privacy. So I didn't know that they were saying that that's, you know, how they're positioning their research, but we've also been thinking, okay, there should be something like an L2 beat for the post web. It would be different from web3 privacy now, so I think that the efforts that they are doing, they surface so many different privacy projects, and there's a lot of collective intelligence involved in it. But for the post web, it would be more focused. We would already filter out perhaps 95% of stuff that doesn't even seem close, and just focus on, you know, the 10% that actually seems like they'd be, you know, ecosystems that might actually have a chance of wanting to align around these principles, around these initiatives, and start to perhaps even modify how they're developing their roadmaps, how they're developing their protocols. So it's a bit, I would say, more strategic for how we're gonna select the research projects. So it'll be an element of that, prioritizing projects that seem like they're close enough to be value aligned with post-web, but also, for example, if there's, for example, like a privacy project and it's starting to get a lot of attention and we think it's really bad, we'll also prioritize getting that information out there from like a trying to protect people perspective. So that's like the research portal. So there will be some sort of like dimensions, some sort of rating system. We want to develop this with the community. We don't want to just be like, we are Black Sky Society. We fucking know everything. Listen to us. Like, you know, it's like these dimensions, they need to be developed by the community for how we analyze protocols and how we rate them. So yeah, we'd prioritize about 8 to 12 reports first, and then also continuing to expand this digital version of the zine with a few more articles, do a volume 2 of the zine, and then have a little bit allocated towards event planning, not fully funding our next events, but getting that process going so we could fundraise for them. And then community insights, just hosting regular post-web calls and community discussions that we'll have in our Signal group, and then having a better process for how we synthesize that information, because we have, you know, used Telegram in the past and we've had a lot of community discussions, but we still haven't, you know, transferred that knowledge into somewhere like a Markdown file. But, you know, we want to be able to do these things with a bit more capacity. And then, yeah, so this proposal also describes the sort of, you know, questions. There are general questions, but then there are, you know, questions focused on local first peer-to-peer protocols and then privacy protocols, because we're basically splitting up the research initiative to focus on like about 50% on emerging privacy protocols, but also local first P2P frameworks, whether that's DAT, Hypercore, Waku, socket supplied DXOS, which is still in the DAT world, Valid, Radical, Ceramic, and then, Anoma. Because, a lot of what is a privacy protocol also has a peer-to-peer project, so. But there are more people working on peer-to-peer that are outside of, I would say, the blockchain ecosystem or outside of the privacy protocol ecosystem. So that's, I would say, another one of the differences of the post-web initiative, because we, believing very much in local first, peer-to-peer as a component of how data transfer works. We want to put a lot of attention there, and also a lot of, figure out how does it advance in the best way to benefit also as many protocols as possible. Yeah, so I'm not sure how I am on time. A bit? Yeah, like 15 or 10? 5? Okay. Okay, so basically, yeah. So like just general questions that would apply for both projects. It's just like, okay, what are its technical foundations? Has there been a security audit? Can you easily use Tor or some kind of mixnet like NIM or Hopper or what have you with the protocols of the projects? How well does it work? Do things feel buggy? What sort of apps are built on top of it? What does the usage look like? How is the code licensed? Is any aspect of the ecosystem proprietary? How do you contribute to the community? Are there any dev grants? And then so for the local first peer-to-peer questions, it would be like, does it use an access control list or does it use object capabilities? Can you delete data? How does it handle that? Is there NAT traversal? Is it more federated and rely on always-on nodes? What is its reliance on centralized infrastructure or components? Can you replicate data in an offline way over Bluetooth or WLAN, or do you need to be connected to the internet? Does it use a DHT? Is data end-to-end encrypted? Is there some sort of eventual consistency? Can you determine if you're a missing state? Privacy protocols. I definitely did not write these bullets, but so yeah, standardized protocol and implementation descriptions in the universal composability framework capturing expected information leakage. Examine privacy guarantees and security assumptions against different adversaries. Document common design primitives and patterns. Collect user stories and experiences and interfaces for privacy-preserving apps, highlighting pain points and feature suggestions. And discuss challenge and proposed solutions relating to compliance and regulation. But yeah, I'm grateful to have some technical experts advising things when it comes to our privacy research. And then, so yeah, then we have some stretch goals when it comes to this initiative, and one is a post-web newsletter, and then, yeah, you're gonna have to have some sort of podcast or something to spread the message, so there will be something like that, but it will hopefully be very different, like animated and videos and uncanny, but yeah, so, and then there's, I don't need to go into the nitty-gritty details here, but there are some various contributors. TG, he's I would say our peer-to-peer distributed systems expert that's on the team that really shaped a lot of the principles, and. So yeah, I'm glad that we have him on board. And then Sarah Grant, she's been organizing a conference called Radical Networks, not like the protocol radical, but radical. And she's based in Berlin, actually. And then Giulio Prisco, someone who I've been collaborating for a really long time on various things. Actually, we're going to launch a space DAO together called Space Decentral many years ago, but we never did. But all this Black Sky Society work, it's leading there. So once we have the post-web, then we will have some really cool science and physics experiments, and we're going to figure out how to create wormholes. Because, yeah, we want to do some quantum physics research with the post-web. So, and then Wadada, and Monica. Monica helped create the HTML of this post webzine, and Wadada made the really cool website. And then Loie. She's been a contributor in various ecosystems, and she will be helping with our people ops. And then Shane McCauley, who's going to be, who's helping with a lot of graphic design and zine production stuff. So yeah. With that being said, I guess I can open it up for some questions if anyone has any. But yeah, that's PostWeb. If you want to help, reach out to me. Stellar Magnet on Twitter. Yeah. So that's how you can send me a message. And if you go to that link, there's also, links to Black Sky and other things like that there. So.
We're a bit out of schedule. Maybe one question, just to have a nice rhyme with the talk. Anyone? I think people are cool. Thanks a lot, Stella. We have Ying Tong. I would say coming from Singapore, but that won't be true to 100%. I think what I personally like of what Ying Tong is doing is that she's kind of cryptographer with a human face. At the beginning, we've seen legal people with a human face, and I think that's a nice way of kind of like speaking with each other, finding the common language, although we can be from so many different fields. Does your mic works?
Test.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, thank you, Mikola. And hi, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you, Stella. Thank you, Stella, for bringing the energy and like zero fucks into the space. So my name is Ying Tong, and I'm an applied cryptographer. I work on zero-knowledge proofs. So this talk is not about zero-knowledge proofs. This talk is about my existential crisis. This talk is about how basically I felt decontextualized in my work, and how I've managed to regain context, how I've managed to connect with people outside of cryptography and outside of the blockchain world, and sort of find meaning in my work. So, yeah, in May this year, yes, I went to Boston for the RECAP conference, and RECAP stands for Reimagining Cryptography and Privacy. So this conference brought together a really diverse group of people. There were defense attorneys, there were people from the ACLU, there were activist organizers, there were academics, there were practitioners, and I was the only cryptocurrency person there, and they were really nice about it. So the focus of this conference was, first of all, to highlight the ways in which cryptography and surveillance contribute to marginalization currently. First of all, to acknowledge that problem. And then secondly, to then recenter these marginalized voices that too often don't make it into the protocols that we construct. To resist the toxic aspects of technology production, and to work towards dismantling systems of marginalization with the tools we have, cryptography and privacy. So, yeah, for someone who's been working on zero-knowledge proofs for 4 years, honestly, what my life looks like on a daily basis is just polynomials. It's committing to polynomials. Oh my God. Evaluating them, interpolating them, folding them, evaluating them in a different domain, and then back in the original domain. And I don't know, like after 2 years of this, I started to ask myself really why I'm doing this. And the reason I'm doing this, the reason that I work on zero-knowledge proofs and privacy-enhancing technologies is to help recenter marginalized voices and is to help fight these toxic systems that worsen power imbalances in our society. So this conference for me was life-changing in the sense that it changed my frame of mind. It gave me new mental models. And over here, I've put down 5 of them, not in any particular order. So for me, these were profound. Yeah, and I'll share them with you right now. So the first one is really meta, is cryptographic metaphors. So metaphors, what metaphors are, they are a familiar mental model that we use to understand new concepts. So when faced with like a new stimuli, we map that onto something familiar, something that we already know. And metaphors in that way are the realest thing ever. Metaphors shape the way we make reality, we make meaning. And cryptographic metaphors shape the way we imagine protocols and we design protocols. So there was one talk here that was discussing these 2 metaphors, trust minimization versus purpose limitation. So trust minimization is a really popular metaphor as saying, basically, yeah, like actually all blockchains love this metaphor, this meme, that as long as you keep data hidden from some centralized server, you minimize the trust in that server. So you see here the example of privacy-preserving machine learning, whereby you encrypt the data, and then you send the ciphertext over to the model. The model is trained on the ciphertext, and the results are then returned to you without ever having revealed your data. The problem with this metaphor is that it completely ignores the fact that this data can still be used for harmful purposes. So, like, even though the server didn't see any of your real data, they were still able to train their model to better target you. And so, on the net, your welfare has been reduced, even though trust was minimized in this way. So, this is highlighting sort of the limits of this metaphor in informing how we assess solutions. So in contrast, purpose limitation is a more useful metaphor. So this is an example of contact tracing app Swiss COVID. So it was developed to be so narrow and so single purpose that they shut it off after the pandemic because they literally could not find another use for it. The app only sent random data. It gave no information at all about people's location and identity. And it was so useless that they shut it down. And so this metaphor of purpose limitation actually is useful in helping us design applications that reduce harm. So yeah, this is an example of the power of a metaphor in guiding our thought, in guiding our decisions as cryptographers. Oh no. I have an offline backup. Yeah. Yes, that's right. So the next sort of mind shift I had was an interdisciplinary one, legal cryptography hacks. So this is still sort of related to the theme of metaphors. So I learned at that workshop that metaphors have a very real ontological weight in the legal system. So for example, whether you compare encryption to a container versus speech. So now in the US, there's the Fifth Amendment that protects you from forced testimony. So it protects you from having to reveal some secret that you have. And for instance, if you had an account that was protected by a password, I couldn't force you to tell me the password because the password is in your head. And if you tell me that, then that's forced testimony. But if you had a safe with a key, I could force you to give me the key because the key is in your pocket, it's not in your head. And that's not forced testimony. So depending on whether you call encryption an account with a password versus a safe with a key, that either precludes it or includes it in the Fifth Amendment protection. So to me, that was really wild. And the thing is, when these concepts are communicated to non-technical judges and juries, metaphors are crucial. Metaphors are what help them understand it, help them map it to something familiar that they know. And so, yeah, sort of how, okay, this is an example I took from the recent Tornado Cash proceedings. If you're not familiar, one of the charges of against Tornado Cash is that they're a money transmitter. And the Tornado Cash people respond like, we are not a money transmitter because we don't control the funds. Like, we don't control your private keys, we can't spend it. So in response, the DOJ said, you know, what is a transfer? Like a transfer, you can think of it as a USB cable transfer data. Does a frying pan transfer heat? A metal pan transfers energy to a juicy ribeye steak. This was from the document. And so maybe, yes, maybe to the cryptographers here, this seems really funny. However, look, they're not literally saying that Tornado Cash is a frying pan, but they're drawing this analogy to suggest to something familiar, something intuitive to the jury. And a jury is supposed to make decisions that are commonsensical. Commonsensical is another way of saying familiar. So yeah, the persuasiveness of a metaphor that we can all understand should not be discounted here. So some more legal cryptography hacks. So there's this project called Callisto Vault. It's a platform for sexual assault survivors to anonymously report incidents. Now, the incident reports and personally identifiable information are encrypted to protect the survivors. But the key here is that they are encrypted to an attorney, to a legal outside counsel. And the reason for that is to make use of attorney-client privilege, because the attorney cannot be compelled to decrypt. So to me, this was like an amazing hack, because like a lot of problems in cryptography reduce to key management problems. Who's holding your key? So in this case, an attorney is holding your key and cannot be compelled to decrypt. So I thought that was like really genius. And the same project also did another hack, this time related to subpoenas. So they said, yeah, we're gonna model the subpoena in our threat model as a situation where all of our servers are corrupted. Now, in that case, the best attack that these servers can do is a dictionary attack, which is expensive. But the subpoena cannot place undue burden on its subject. They cannot request their subject to do something unreasonable to recover the data. In other words, they cannot compel the servers to perform a dictionary attack. So it's good enough that the best attack you have is unreasonably expensive. So yeah, this was, I think I'm just scratching the surface of legal cryptography hacks. And if we could have a legal cryptography hackathon, that would be like the chaos that I live for. Yeah. Woo! Yeah. So I definitely leveled up here with just a little bit of legal knowledge. Now, the next mind shift is something I think Dara Emma would resonate with. And it has to do with the design process of our protocols. So if you're not familiar with cryptographic protocols, often their effectiveness is measured against how likely an adversary is to succeed in an attack against the model. But the question here is, who's the adversary? So take this example of a digital identity protocol. So these protocols have three parties: the holder, that's you; the issuer, that's your government; and the verifier, that's the bartender, let's say. Now, the thing is about these systems is that more often than not, they're designed with the holder as the adversary. So they're designed to protect the issuer and verifier from forgeries, from the use of expired credentials. And this is absolutely not a coincidence. These systems are designed by those in power or people funded by those in power. But what if we're in a situation where the power imbalance doesn't fall that way? So let's say a policeman stops you and asks to see your ID. So the power imbalance here is you're definitely not the dangerous one here. You're definitely not the one that we need protection against. So why not think about protecting the holder? So, for example, selective disclosure, allowing the holder to reveal only what's necessary. Or, for example, unlinkable presentation, defending a holder from being tracked by multiple colluding verifiers. Also, why are we trusting the verifier? Why are we assuming that the verifier is always in the right? How does the holder know who the verifier is? How do they know that the verifier is allowed to even be asking them for that information? And if the verifier is scanning something, how does the holder know what exactly the verifier can see? And how does the holder know whether or not the issuer is lying to them? So these are all from the example of digital identity, and it reflects how power imbalances can creep into the design, into these underlying assumptions of our protocols. So I think this point here is a point that Dara Emma made at ZCon 5, which is in relation to a class of protocols called compliance protocols that try to preserve some degree of privacy, except when it comes to an authority or an auditor. So this is to be compliant with, for example, KYC or AML regulations. So in these situations, should the protocol model the authority and the regulators as the adversary? It's an interesting question. And another example of sort of the benefits of carefully considering your adversary is this paper that came out recently about AirTags. So this paper made the point that a stalking victim has very similar goals to a tracking adversary. So if you're being stalked, you absolutely want to de-anonymize your stalker and link an AirTag to their identity. However, if you are trying to track someone, that's also your goal. So this paper managed to sort of identify some granular differences between these two adversaries, namely that the stalking namely that the stalker is always in close proximity to the victim, and the victim is able to collect more information about the stalker and de-anonymize them. So, yeah, I think for me, previously reading papers, I never questioned who's the adversary or why the adversary is what the paper says. But after this conference, I'm definitely really suspicious and asking that about every paper. I think Dara Emma said just now, like a few hours ago, like everyone should be an adversary in your models. I'm starting to think that's true. And another sort of class of entities left out of threat models are bystanders. So I think the point here is that we need to question the assumptions underlying our threat models. So the fourth kind of mind shift I got was public perceptions of privacy. And this is only possible, this only becomes clear from actually interacting with the public, FYI. So there were a bunch of anthropologists at the conference who had spent some time in the field. So this person was observing UK climate activists and their OPSEC practices. And they found that several of the activists were worried about the police gaze. So they thought that even having Signal installed on their phone would look suspicious in itself, like they had something to hide. And they were particularly wary of this because of the possibility of undercover cops being in their midst. So, yeah, this is very valuable to know, like, that privacy-preserving apps could be perceived as being suspicious or unsafe, instead of providing additional security as we would have assumed, perhaps. Another interesting observation was from this study in Colombia, where they found that people in conflict zones become accustomed to just handing over personally identifiable information, for example, at military checkpoints. And so the OPSEC practices there are degrade, and it becomes normalized that people shouldn't have autonomy over their data. So I think these sort of perceptions of privacy are unspoken very often, and can vary wildly depending on context. And without knowing these, without actually taking the effort to find out, we wouldn't be as effective in trying to educate or in trying to communicate privacy and good OPSEC practices. So my last sort of concluding meta mind shift is that we need diversity in the room. That's why I wanted to give a shout out to Stella. I think Stella brings just a completely different, bold, daring energy into this crowd, which we need. So from that workshop, I interacted with people who have on-the-ground experience, who have deployed something IRL. And yeah, these included defense attorneys, activists, organizers, standards bodies, and a lot of human-computer interface designers. So these interactions help us to discover knowledge gaps, understanding gaps, and to understand problems in context, to understand why people might have some attitudes and beliefs that they have. Another thing that was really valuable and special was the interdisciplinary perspectives. So there were, it wasn't just computer scientists and cryptographers. There were a lot of anthropologists in the room. There were a bunch of attorneys, legal experts. And so they bring a different perspective because they think of things, for example, through the lens of power dynamics. And that revealed like the assumptions behind who we assume is the adversary. And they also taught me a lot of cool legal hacks. So it's only by talking with people from different fields that we can find these overlaps, and that we can actually be creative in these zones of overlap. And yeah, the last thing about diversity in a room is just talking to real people. I guess this is the same as the first point, but yeah, I think it bears repeating, because I don't think I've talked to a real person in 2 years. And yeah, like outside of our bubble, outside of our privacy cult, there's a diversity of opinions and perceptions about privacy. And there's also a bunch of different threat models. Like, we can't always assume that we're capturing people's concerns in our threat models. The holder issuer verifier thing is one example. The air tags is another example. So, like, for example, yes, stalking victims. For example, marginalized people who are surveilled. All of these threat models are not ours, and it's only by talking with real people that we can learn them and begin to accurately model them. So I think that's all I had. Yeah, thanks so much for listening to my rant.
Check. Some questions, because we have lots of cool information in here. Then we will move forward. So
Yes,
thank you a lot for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
And now we will have real deal R&D in the room. Will, Sergey, Darema, please join us. And a round of applause. Yeah, bottles aren't necessary evil.
Bring the bottles back to the bar, please, and don't put it on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah, respect the house. One mic for this part. Bear with me a second. And here we go. So this panel is centered around R&D, and it's nice rhyme to where we started, because the whole ETH Berlin motto is identity crisis, and here we go how R&D, cryptography, let's say protocol design, protocol research could solve and tackle this identity crisis. But by hearing Ying Tong, I will start from the different angle, like what kind of adversaries you are, each of you. That, especially from the angle, if you want to solve the, let's say, challenges within the privacy or censorship resistance, you need to think like a sort of adversary. And then how you play with this duality, like sort of Batman Joker type of roles in your work, and what kind of roles you love impersonate in your R&D, let's say, direction. But I forgot to say that Darema is from Electric Coin Co. Sergey is from Waco/Status. Will is from Filecoin Incentive Labs. Yeah. And really nice people who know what we are talking about. Let's start from there, Emma.
Yeah, so repeat the question?
What kind of adversary you are?
Yeah, we should absolutely consider protocol designers to be adversaries. This is important because it is very easy to sweep design problems under the carpet. So you should be skeptical of the claims that people make about their protocols. And I think actually so the cryptography sort of research and design community has a problem in communicating our stuff to end users. Hi. So we need to get better at that, and we also need to foster a culture of skepticism, because for example, there are a lot of companies promoting things based on sort of trusted execution elements and processors, which are trivially vulnerable to not just the processor design company, but also to state attackers, which can trivially break trusted execution environments, and to any hacker who exploits a mistake in the design. So we should always be skeptical, and I've picked on T's there, but we should be equally skeptical towards the kind of protocols that I design.
I get my own mic. Thank you for the question. It was really a little bit unexpected, I would say, because it's not like something that at least I don't maybe think often enough in the frame of mind of an adversary. So we in Vaku basically implement a communication layer. So contrary to some other projects out there, contrary to blockchains, we're not of financial nature per se. We may be used by some financial protocols, but not necessarily. But we mostly think in terms of message reliability and message privacy and how to ensure those kinds of things. So I would say that from our perspective, the crucial questions is to think who runs the nodes, and if I were to run some, say, substantial part of Vaku nodes, what could I do with that? Like, how can I analyze the messages that pass through me? And even though, again, like as previous speakers on this stage have mentioned already, the metadata is oftentimes even more important than the data itself. So what can I track if I control many vantage points in the network? So this is like one aspect of adversarial thinking that I think might be relevant here. Another one is perhaps the economic incentives and motivations. So we at least at the moment, we don't have explicit monetary incentives, but research is happening around those lines. So protocols should generally be sustainable, and we shouldn't expect just altruists to be running nodes and to enable like our network functioning forever. But if we're thinking about incentives, again, we should be mindful of our limitations and be mindful of how the incentives, even if they're monetary incentives, what we provide potentially to node operators, how that compares to other incentives that they might have. And if I'm a malicious node operator, how easy or how hard it is to bribe me, for example, to do something nasty, or like I don't exist in a vacuum as a node operator. I don't just consider, okay, these rewards versus that rewards. I also have the real world around me that also provides me with some like rewards, but also punishments if we are thinking about like governments and laws and court orders to reveal some data. So ideally, I shouldn't be even able to do so. So that was a bit of a, I don't know, maybe I'm not answering the question directly, but that's what comes to mind.
I mean, I think you brought up a couple of the relevant points here. And one is, how do you know that you've got a threat model that you're designing against that actually has a scope of threats that's realistic and has these things that may fall outside of your protocol, like someone being bribed on the side or out of band. It's not part of your protocol, but there's these externalities, and making sure that you've scoped enough of those in ends up being one of the tricks in being able to say, you know, what it actually is that a protocol that gets designed is secure against, because that unknown space is very large, and to feel confident that you've properly characterized that landscape of threats ends up being not necessarily effective or a thing that you're going to feel confident about in approaching it in that framing. And so trying to find ways where you can approach from the other side, where you have a threat model that is more than what a realistic adversary would have. And so clearly a stronger threat level, and then working down often will get you more confidence than starting with the, okay, well, the protocol does this, and then we've got these specific externalities that we're going to try and defend against, like, you know, resistance to bribes or resistance to collusion of this specific form. You really will generally end up with a more confident thing if you approach from a much more powerful adversary, and then carve out exceptions that you need to, but at least clearly qualify and like have a sense of what that is and why you had to carve it out.
Yeah, this is actually so one thing that I think the academic crypto community is doing right. That if you look at, for example, security models for, say, encryption, it's not just can you find the key, can you find the plaintext? It's also if you have an oracle that allows you to do absolutely anything except decrypt this specific plaintext, can you distinguish these two plaintexts? In other words, can you get any information whatsoever? So that kind of model is the kind of thing that we should be designing for, we should be developing for more advanced and more complicated protocols.
Then you said we should be critical. Let's follow this approach in terms of within the cryptography specifically, and within the ZK realm, now FHE realm, there's a sort of buzz around it when many entrepreneurs are using basically cryptography as some sort of VC incentivization or VC mechanism for fundraising, for, let's say, having money for the future, product shipment and stuff like that. How you would see this sort of healthier relationship between the cryptography, then implementation itself, let's say, on the behind the dev team, and then scalability within the product teams, because sometimes there are gaps. They're not just kind of like developers shipped the whatever cryptographers theorized on, or applied cryptographers kind of like made on, but then you need to kind of like product managers or sort of people who could really bring the audience, if it's to B2B, B2C, or whatever. So how you would state this from critical standpoint, the balance in between cryptography, then the development team, and then the delivery team within the one, whatever it's Electronic Coin Co. or the previous experiences, stuff like that?
I have a conflict of interest here as a direct recipient of a protocol-funded dev fund, so I should not answer this question.
I'm happy to speak here. I think my perspective is that once you get into the relationship where there are products being built on top of cryptographic primitives, in some sense, you can think of that as a win, because it is flowing a bunch of money into productionizing and scaling and making that area of research grow, and is sort of what we're after, right? Like that is a flowing of capital into additional research to figure out scaling. And so the place where we really need to be figuring out how we invest in what the model is the problems that are still just in theory that we haven't figured out how to productionize or build the protocols on. Because there, it's purely in an academic world, the motivation and incentive is make new papers, figure out some new extension, go to novelty that gets you published, and not to, how does this actually work in a world that's got DDoSes and availability and all these practical nitty-gritty problems that make them potentially productionizable. And so we've got a gap there right after academia that I think Zero Knowledge has recently crossed, but a lot of the others haven't yet. And so that's like a big problem of like, how do we identify and how do we get that even more speculative capital flowing to get these additional cryptographic primitives the attention they deserve.
Yeah, I totally agree with the observation about academia. I mean, there are bonuses to academia. I'm also coming from an academic background, and I very much appreciate the rigorous approach and the formal approach that allows you to precisely state what is being proven or what is being, stated. But on the other hand, the incentives are not aligned very much. And of course, there's no perfect solution, but perhaps a solution that is not perfect but working in the hands of users and actually brings value to the users is better than an ideal paper that's just published and doesn't make any other impact on the world apart from maybe gaining tenure for the person who wrote the paper. So yeah, I mean, what can I say? I would say that for the researchers that kind of cross between these worlds, it's important, or I think it's important for me at least, to kind of not let the product development become too deceptive and become too like detached from the scientific foundations, and not like, of course, perhaps we have to take some shortcuts to make it usable for the users, because that's what we aim for eventually, but still we have to be mindful of our limitations and be like remind ourselves and people around us and our users as well that it's not perfect, and cryptography, even if it's a well-designed algorithm, it's not a silver bullet, and there is lots of implementation details, there's lots of potential attacks, and we cannot do everything perfectly at once, so it's a gradual process.
I realize there is part of this question that I can address, because I also have experience in the academic world as a co-author on the Sphinx paper, and to be honest, I find that world very exclusionary. It makes a lot of assumptions about what your incentives are, your access to education, your sort of history of education, your ability to write a certain kind of paper, and often the best protocols don't come from the academic world.
And then now that...
just a short note on that. It's like some Twitter that I'm quoting is like, if Satoshi has submitted the Bitcoin white paper to conference, it wouldn't be accepted.
Yeah. And also right now, with lots of challenges within the prosecution of privacy developers, it's interesting that there's an interplay between the applied cryptography and general research, like how we can really tackle those issues, having so complex range of players around. And also it even led to, it's related but kind of like a bit separated to kind of like what decentralization of Ethereum would even mean within recent kind of like many people around questioning the protocol guild role, some sort of non-transparency in terms of tackling the research side, moving forward, who is responsible for what kind of end game scenario we are looking forward, and who should kind of like foster it, and then could this person work at the same time from EigenLayer and at the same time for Ethereum Foundation or someone around. So the question is basically in this realm, like how you would summarize the key challenges that research is passing through in this environment that I won't call hostile, because if you trace back and you read books like, I don't know, like People's History of United States of America, of Howard Zinn, you'll be like, oh, those things existed for many centuries. It's just you were not a part of that specific group who were threatened by some sort of government or other type of adversaries. So what are the key challenges now of R&D in that sense within the privacy realm that's happening here and now?
I would call it hostile, but obviously all of the other things you're referring to are also hostile. I don't really think of attacks on privacy researchers as distinct from attacks on from attacks that are based on people trying to maintain power in general. They're a special case of that. And I mean, the solution is revolution. The solution is to overthrow the current order. It is. That is the solution. And if I was to say anything else, then I would just be bullshitting you.
I guess I could add to that yeah, I mean, thinking about this, like research basically is just a tool. It's just like a scientific method of discovery, or like of trying to figure out whether a certain statement is true, and how we apply it and to which questions we apply it is a question of like either some project leader in some way or some consensus among the founding members of a project or whoever defines the direction, or I mean, yeah, I'm just thinking out loud basically. So coming also from Bitcoin background, in Bitcoin is a special situation where it's not controlled by anyone, and I would say that its development is mostly based on like principles rather than strategy. They have a certain set of like defining fundamental principles, and the scope of potential changes is so narrow within these principles that there is lots of debate, but compared to what happens in other projects that have wild, swings of whether we do this or that, it's quite a narrow band. The Ethereum is kind of different in that regard because it has a leadership, it has Vitalik as a leader, although maybe not like a dictator, but still a person at the helm who defines the direction. And I think it's good to take advantage of the situation because although it's not as decentralized, quote unquote, it still can be more, directed towards some aim. And then it's the question of how do we direct the research towards the goal that has some kind of broad community consensus around it. So I'm not sure again if it answers the question really or not.
No, good.
Maybe I should just pass the mic.
I guess the space that is sort of getting called research around, be it Ethereum or within this cryptocurrency space more broadly, is a thing to look at as a job and a deal that is being presented to researchers of like, you get a salary and in exchange you do work in our ecosystem, and is something that you should evaluate as is that going to give you the space to do the work that you find impactful versus academia or any of the other options out there versus running off and you can make your own protocol, you can do your own thing, and set up your own terms and deal for doing that work as well. And right, like we exist in a capitalist society. Like you can play the game. They're going to be giving you as little compensation as they think they can get away with. But that's that game that's getting offered in that space. That may be enough flexibility. It may be more than what you're getting in academia. And I think we see that that's been an effective way to build movements in this space and build some of this transition. But like that's just part of like the trade-off is it is more constrained and directed, and you've got some additional risks. And that's like an evaluation that each person's going to have to make.
Will, remind me, you have, it's written ethical hacker, no? On your X account or on the website. Something like...
Oh, I just write web hacker.
Ah, okay.
It doesn't have any meaning.
So ETH Berlin published manifesto. There's kind of like ethical thing, how we should approach the whole hacking, I would say, situation and the decentralization situation. And I never heard ethics behind, let's say, researchers, cryptographers explicitly in terms of kind of like well-written manifesto or like what we stand for, apart from the whole organizations, how they write something like we foster latest cutting edge, blah, blah, blah. How you would state the core ethics that researchers should follow within the privacy realm?
I mean, just try to do things that will help people, and especially marginalized people, and especially create systems that try to disrupt existing systems of power over people. Those are the principles that I follow in general, not just when I'm designing cryptographic protocols. And we have won some huge battles in the past. Just in the crypto realm, we've been winning the crypto wars. We won the right to publish openly cryptographic protocols first. We defeated attempts to force government access to keys, clippership, and so on. We have more recently established HTTPS as the default for well-administered websites. Those are huge victories. We're in the process of normalizing end-to-end encryption for messaging. We can win this battle for financial privacy too.
Will?
I mean, I think I'm personally happy to take a pretty broad view here, which is if you're building something and you've got a threat model and you're building a protocol addressing that threat model, like that is a useful contribution. It doesn't have to be my threat model. Like there's still like having a diversity of protocols, having a diversity of ideas come out there, having new things happen is helping, you know, provide a diversity of options that become useful for others to build on. So in that sense, I think like whether you're directly, you know, solving the problem I have or directly, you know, even if you're not challenging systems of power, if you're building a cryptographic primitive that someone else can build the system around, that's super useful. And so I'm really happy to sort of take this very broad view of, you know, if you're just doing some sort of scam, that's, you know, on the other side of that line. But my line is fairly far on the, like, if you've got some thought model and you're building a system that addresses it, like that's useful.
Yeah, I think we should, like, there are different levels, I guess, in the original question. I mean, when we're talking about some low-level cryptographic research, when you're operating keys and, okay, this adversary has some, I don't know, game, and with this probability it distinguishes between that message and this message, it's quite abstract, and it's kind of, it's difficult for me to come up with a way to explain why this could be unethical. But if we go, like, into situations where someone, I don't know, works for a dictatorship and develops de-anonymization methods that will be used for political persecution, and it's quite clear that it will be used for that purpose, then it's definitely unethical. And of course, the line is blurry then, and different people have different like political opinions about what constitutes this unethical line. So I don't have the clear answer. Just invite people to think about this. And maybe the last point that I will add is that there is this kind of saying, or maybe an explanation of people who doing arguably unethical things, who say, like, if I decline to do that, someone else definitely will, and so it doesn't matter. And that's, I mean, I'm not sure what I think about this line of defense, because cryptography generally is based, or should be based, on the assumption that if we have, I don't know, a private key, the key is private, but everything else can be public, and still the algorithm should be secure. So if we have some, like, unethical, quote-unquote, work that does some de-anonymization, if de-anonymization is possible, in theory, then it's possible, and someone will discover this. So we'd better discover it sooner and then think about how to defend against it than to be in this unclear situation, then we don't actually know what the text could be. So again, just an invitation to think about this. Don't have the answers, of course.
Yeah, so yeah, there are different levels at which you can design cryptographic protocols. Even when you're designing something that is quite general purpose, it matters how you describe the model and what assumptions you make. So let's take something like identity-based encryption. It's still quite an abstract primitive, but if you think about the threat model that's sort of inherent in how that's being described when used for its sort of original identity-based purpose, it's completely trusting the key. I forget what it's called, but the key generation authority. Now, that same primitive could also be used for forward secure encryption, for example. In which case, so how you're using the same primitive, it changes completely how you think about it. And it matters, as Yingtong was saying earlier, the metaphors we use matter. And so how we describe sort of even the lower level primitives matters. I've forgotten the other point I was going to make.
And then this industry, there's a culture of saying, maybe it's influenced by SEO times, like, skip marketing, look for devs and research team. As kind of like, the more devs, kind of the better, the more researchers, the better. And then, once I was working in NIM, I understood that people don't know how to check up if researcher is valid or not. There's a certain lack of, within the general public, go and check academic citations, amount of publishing materials and stuff like that, although Google Scholar and other materials are there. And we were kind of playing around, like how to make these numbers accessible or reputable to general public. What would be the way of reintroducing? It's kind of like explain research reputation to 11-year-old, and then you try to break your head and think around like, oh, what could be done there? But I would go the other way around, because people don't talk necessarily about where cryptography or R&D fails. Like, what's the limitation of it? More, it's kind of like easier to say that that's a holy grail, silver bullet, that's the way, we will solve the issues. And then kind of not, or there could be like a big gap between the paper and implementation. So I would want you to mediate on what are the limitations of the research-based field, how you feel them, and maybe what's the real image of the role of cryptography in this industry in that sense.
I'm quite optimistic about the general public's ability to get a correct impression of how trustworthy a given sort of cryptographic system is, because if you think about the 6 degrees of separation idea, I think almost everyone probably has a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend who's a cryptographer. And so it is possible to, via sort of friendship networks, which we shouldn't underestimate, for people to get an accurate idea of, or maybe it isn't even accurate, but it's well motivated. They're trying to get to the truth about how a particular system will or won't protect them. And I don't think we should be unduly negative about that. We should try and do better in terms of explaining our systems. And as I said before, we should try to foster this attitude of skepticism. But it's not an unsolvable problem.
Yeah, like perhaps I somewhat disagree. I don't know. Maybe again, like thinking out loud. For me, it sounds like I mean, the scientific papers are written in such a language that is difficult to comprehend for a reason. I mean, it's good when they're written clearly and like the sentences are short and clear and so on, but there is notation, there is like some definitions, and they all exist for a reason. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that for me, it sounds like a little bit unreasonable to expect everyone or even some significant share of the population to like really understand what's happening under the hood. And I don't think it's happening in like other areas of society. Like we don't understand how like medicines work if we're not doctors. We don't understand how even like how cars operate under the hood, although we use it all the time. So for me, I think the priority should be to at least do a better job at explaining to your fellow researchers and developers, and maybe people who are somewhat familiar with the field but not experts in this particular topic, what you're doing and what problem you're solving and what your solution is. So what I've come to realize is that there is, like, even if you don't understand the nitty-gritty details of a particular algorithm, if it's clearly explained, and if, for example, I go on the website of some blockchain-ish project, and they have their idea or their key proposition explained in different forms, and they have a paper, they have a blog post, they have a video and a podcast and a poster and whatever, and if everything is kind of harmonized between each other, and I have a clear picture of this is the problem, this is roughly what their key idea is, and this is why it works and how it differs from alternatives, that's already, I don't know, a very large step towards establishing your reputation as a good researcher or as a good project that is based on sound research.
Let Will and then go.
I guess I've got a couple comments. I think part of that premise comes from, I don't know if it's like compromising on what our definition of researcher is. That term researcher gets used quite a bit as, a marketing term itself. If just because you've hired someone from grad school and then had them build your system, doesn't necessarily mean that that's research, right? So we could have the strict definition of like the research is the stuff that has paper outputs, and then you've got a much clearer line that you've drawn, and you've got a clearer way to sort of explain is this impactful using more traditional academic I don't know, as flawed as those metrics are, you just go to the same ones, and that works. Or you've just got a software engineering team. So I think that's maybe
limitations.
The limitations of a research, like an applied research team. I think if you take that strict approach of saying the researchers are the ones who are still writing the papers, it's not so different, because I think for the people who are primarily producing either paper output or are building some model and then writing the papers about it, they've got enough flexibility generally, and there's a competitive landscape right now where if they feel too limited in one place, they can likely either go to academia or somewhere else. I think that if you're getting published and having impact, that bridge of whether that's happening in an R&D lab in a crypto company or lab thing versus in academia is pretty undifferentiated, would be my claim.
By the way, you used medicine as an example. It is arguably doing even worse than crypto in terms of explaining and justifying itself to patients. As I know as a trans person, you basically have to take over your own healthcare, and so you see all of the mistakes that doctors make, and it's terrible. It's worse than cryptography.
Here we go. And now reversing to collaboration, because I saw that recently, I think ECC will do an audit of Penumbra. Then Vaku is actively collaborating like with Railgun, and I think there's a sort of feedback loop. Then Will works in incentivization lab, which I guess means working with others and external partners. I would jump into the topic of collaboration. Like, what's the nature? What should be the nature of collaboration between the research teams on the different sites, and how projects focused on privacy could help each other?
I think we need more collaboration, and we need to be more deliberate about it. I mean, the ECC audit of Penumbra just happened sort of by accident. Sort of Henry from Penumbra, Henry de Valence, sort of contacted me about it, and yeah, we just need more of these kinds of collaborations, to make friends with the researchers at the other sort of protocols. That often helps, and without getting too sort of cozy and ending up designing all the same systems, just replicated. Yeah, I'm not sure I have anything else to say about that.
Sergey?
Yeah, definitely collaboration is indeed a good thing, and we should track each other's work, I guess. And again, like maybe a tangential thought, somewhat related, that I think an issue in the industry may be that different teams are working on roughly the same problem and calling the same things by different names. And in academia, sometimes it's also the case, but in general, academia is stricter in terms of defining precisely what we are studying and what the properties are. So I think it's quite helpful, and what industry can learn from academia is this more rigorous approach to definitions. And what helped me a lot are some systematization of knowledge papers where some researchers go into, I don't know, 20 different white papers and websites, and then they make a big table that like half a page on their paper that says, okay, this project calls this thing by this name and this thing by that name. And now you can compare things, and now some kind of unified picture emerges and allows everyone to learn from everyone else. So I think we should do more of that.
Just comment there. When we were assembling database, there's a hilarious simple thing. It's super hard to find out what project is literally doing for privacy when they're stating state-of-art privacy, the latest development privacy. I'm like, what are you doing exactly? I just need product description. Generally speaking, it's a horror movie, it's a thriller, if we're comparing with the movie genres. And it's hilarious because basically you're spending lots of time just finding out what's that. Well, what's your one use case, for example? How people should or could use you?
I think commercial projects especially are not incentivized to compare themselves with other projects. I mean, I argued from the start that Zcash should sort of write a comparison of itself with Monero. It would have been controversial, but people don't have a clear idea of what the trade-offs are between sort of the different approaches we take to privacy. And it was just considered too toxic to touch, really. Yeah.
I guess, so there's a couple things that probably I want to say on this point. One is we have already some forms of collaboration here. So an example would be Universal Privacy Alliance, a fair number of privacy-focused protocols have an industry alliance. Like there's a legal Swiss entity that can act as a joint advocacy organization for them. And so I think there's some things of that nature that help us have some of these collaborative unified voices. The other side, purely as you get into research, is that I think a lot of the conferences and places where people are presenting papers end up being fairly neutral against corporates. So like maybe not a DevCon or a DAppCon or something like that. But if we look at things like Real World Crypto or PETS will be in the UK in July. These are, so Privacy Enhancing Technology Symposium, these are larger gatherings of both academia and industry research that are places where the researchers can come together in pretty neutral settings and trade ideas, and I think that's working reasonably well.
Yeah, just to the point of conference, I would also recommend people who want to know more about this intersection of academic and industrial research to look at Financial Cryptography, FC conference, and Advances in Financial Technologies, or AFT, which are also one of the major avenues for publishing research in our general area.
And to wrap things up, I'm interested what kind of papers or the projects, not of your own, you're looking forward to kind of like be implemented or delivered, or you just read them this year, like as something fresh that interests you as researchers, as cryptographers, as hackers, within the, again, privacy realm. And maybe something fresh in that sense. So we will have a snapshot of right now so people can go explore, and that will kind of like, that will be an incentivization because it's called curiosity.
Binius, which is a category of proof systems using towers of binary fields. And I think that has the potential to sort of bridge the gap between what has previously been efficient in circuits and what is efficient so for general computation.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult, to be honest, to like pinpoint something in particular. I would say that, again, like listened to a few talks on the DAppCon earlier today, and again, it's not maybe directly related, although again tangentially related to what Waco is doing specifically. But I've heard lots of talks about like more financial applications and DeFi stuff and rollout rollups and related things, I think that oftentimes people kind of put privacy on the back burner, I would say, for the sake of efficiency, whatever you define it, like especially financial efficiency. And people talk a lot about which tokens gain yields here and there and how you can lock tokens for more tokens. But who tracks all these things? Like, how private are you while you're doing this? Who knows? Probably you're not very private. So this, I think, is some area of research that requires more attention, in my opinion. And maybe projects like Vaku could be useful for communication layer, for privacy-focused, interactions between different actors in this ecosystem, but I don't think it will be sufficient. We should think more about privacy from different angles in financial applications and others as well.
One that seems to be continuing to advance fairly quickly, that's got some interesting things you can do with it, is time lock constructions. So how do you have things that are encrypted such that at some future point in time, they will become able to be visible by either globally or at least some parties. And so with that sort of construction, depending on your efficiencies and like, can you have everything get encrypted against a single key so that there's one decryption? So you've got a bunch of efficiency things. At this point, it's a systems problem. But it gives you a way to sort of get around a bunch of weird constructions that have popped up in Ethereum and elsewhere.
Actually, one more. Do you ever talk or sit and talk with legal side? Because it's interesting that a total different spectrum. Although I know that in Filecoin, there's a big team doing lobbying, many others. Even I saw once GR manager on the Filecoin Foundation. I'm like, oh, that's a real deal. Have you ever, like, what's the nature of iteration between this legal side of yours? Not necessarily in organization, but in general within the market. Is there connectivity between those two realms?
I mean, we do have people working on regulatory outreach at ECC, fewer than before because we have less money. And we do talk to them. But I mean, that doesn't directly influence protocol design. So, yeah. I don't think it should. I think that we have to build the most private systems we know how to build. And I'm not here to compromise on that, even if there is a lot of regulatory pushback.
Yeah, so I don't actually have much of a comment. I mean, these types of things haven't affected my work personally that much, or at all, to be honest. But like some kind of a canary warning here. So probably no further comment.
I think there are like tech policy labs or entities that will generally output white papers that help sort of lay out what shapes of technical systems are going to be effective in a regulatory landscape. So, you should expect that the regulation is going to think of money as it crosses borders as happening in this way. And so a system would need to do X or Y in order to be seen in this regulatory light. Like, is the sorts of white papers that you see come out of these tech policy labs that are sort of at that intersection between trying to interpret some of the technical systems and then what that legal perspective is going to take. So I think that's like a one form of that feedback loop that happens. I think the other one is you get requirements or risk mitigation requests from legal, and then you try and iterate back and forth on like, well, what solves that? Okay, you need to, make sure that you're doing your KYC. How does that work with a smart contract? There's no customer. So it gives you some interesting places to start designs.
I said that it hadn't affected protocol design, but it does affect the our ideas of what services we run versus sort of outsourcing to other people or letting the community run, because there is a lot of centralization risk with the protocol developers being the same entity that runs sort of nodes or sort of facilitates transfers. And we saw that with Tornado Cash, for example. We are very consciously trying to separate protocol design from running infrastructure.
Oh, one more. But that's a good one. It's not a technical advice right now, disclaimer. How you would do Tornado Cash differently? It's not a technical advice, but how you would approach Tornado Cash differently?
Tornado Cash is a mixer. I don't think mixers provide adequate privacy. You need to hide the whole transaction graph. So that, I guess that doesn't answer the question. I would not be involved in that project anyway, because I don't think it provides adequate privacy.
I think we should learn from Satoshi Nakamoto.
That's a great wrap of today's evening. Thanks, Darema. Thanks, Sergey. Thanks, Will. Yeah, thank you. I will do small closing remarks, but just to be quick, I want to thank everyone involved today, especially the Seabase crew, Sven doing the streaming, Lichi hosting us, many other people voting, deciding that it will be okay to have us here. All the speakers, all the contributors, there were many people behind the thingy. All the friends, I guess, I'm not sure, I'm lost in those files. Everyone who said yes when we outreach, everyone who said also no for any reason, and also that's cool to have diversity. Lots of contributors who came here today. And I hope that whatever we do will help you to smile like Jaya, or to drink a beer like Max, or to be like Ying Tong that said Daremak would join the show today, or Timofey who asked about his colleagues to get in. It's about human connectivity, and we do things not for ourselves, but for others too. And I I'm really happy that you heard the Blockchain Socialist song. That's epic. Thanks a lot. Let's wrap up for today. And we socialize. No one is throwing you out. You can talk.